Hello there, and welcome back to the Albert Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. Today we have Tales of Andrea, where I am joined by Yolondriel, Aberat, Jartis, Relly, and Fine Storm over there. We've recently been having some real good stuff happening to the wonderful Party of Consequences, but before that, a bunch of little announcements. Our wonderful premiere of the Mystery of Bloodheim went really, really well. That was on Thursday, first winner being the KY3PO. That is going to be in the mail probably on Tuesday. Sent to you now that I have an address for that. Other kind of things we've got going on. That's for the prize, that is. Because they won the prize. Yay. First pin's going out. Woo. This Thursday, we don't have the Mystery of Bloodheim because it's every other week. So this week is our off week for other things going on. It's normal as usual, next show being Into the Nightmare on Tuesday at 6:30. For the rest, check out our socials. We post what show we're doing on each day. We have a schedule down below that you can check out for what we've got. I just remembered I might actually have to update that. We might not be showing Hippie Shenanigans and Hey Laugh Love. Speaking of Hippie Shenanigans, Ben, we're doing more Undertale this week, or what we got?
Undertale it is. I'm gonna see how
nice.
many episodes it takes for us to do both sides. So it's a pretty good time. So
Ooh, that'll be fun. That was also very quick. Not enough time to jot down a note. Well, good.
oh sorry.
No, you're
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, check that out. 6 p.m. Fridays, every other Friday. Off Hate Laugh Love. So it's a rotating time. It's like a big old carousel of media entertainment. So come on down. Yes. It's a good time.
Other than that, other news, I don't think we really have anything else for Saturday that has been moved forward by 2 hours. Our Saturday night bane is going to be from 2 to 6 this week. And that's it. I think that's it. I think we're good to hop into that intro and watch Yolanda maybe eat everyone alive.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter we had in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello and welcome back. Last week on the wonderful Tales of Andrea, the crew had all gathered up inside their wonderful new flying ship, ready to depart and go on a wonderful journey to Usnari, the Lich's Island. Nope, that goal got denied when a strange wave went through the entire island and stole basically all their magical power. So none of them having any innate magical capabilities left, or what's it called? Spell slots, that kind of stuff. They discovered what was going on. Met Eleanor, there we go, with Nero down by the portal, Pog, and Chief Evanbright, all inside the area. Figured out what was going on, then decided to do a little research on what liches are and what they're capable of doing. Yay, go them. When the bells started getting rung that the town was under attack from one of the common pests of the island, a giant purple worm. With some great difficulty, they did manage to actually fight the thing off and kill it. However, they almost lost Yolanda, who has just come back from death saving throws with 1 HP in his werewolf form, completely out of control of everything that he had, and we are still in initiative the entire time, so we're just going to go ahead and hop back into it, with Yolanda eyes opening up in his wolf form, angrily growling and looking very hungry. Fine Storm, you are on the top of the initiative. It is your turn.
You best be knocking me out, boy. I'm coming for that ass.
Oh no.
Oh no. Are you muted?
Yes. Yeah, no. I'm just thinking, did all this just to bring you back, just to knock him out.
Knock him out, so attack with intent of non-lethal.
Yes.
Perfect, give me an attack roll.
He's prone.
He is prone.
So at advantage?
Yes, that would be at advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe.
Is that 2 17s? Because that's both of those rolls, just base rolls meet.
It's an 11 and a 17.
Oh, 11 and a 7. Oh, okay, now I see it.
But Yeah, that would be what, a 28.
Think. You just give me a quick boot to the side of the chin.
That would be a hit, yeah.
No, doggy.
He just starts growling and you raise his fist and smack him in the face. He stops and kind of just loosens up a bit, unconscious. Definitely alive and beginning to seep back into his normal form. Very eventless, but very quick and good to be quick. Don't want that spreading now, do we?
Yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah, sure, that could be fun. Yeah.
An
yeah.
undead
Once
cat
you master the
dog.
werewolf
30 years
form,
in the
you could
future, Nathriel is
technically-
nothing but werewolves.
You could use your martial skills in werewolf form. So, and you already use your claws; they'd just be bigger.
Yeah,
Were
it would be
cat.
interesting.
We're cat and wolf.
Dog, cat, dog.
Big cat.
We're cat and wolf. Well,
There is a
You've
breed
got-
of cat that
Big
looks
cat.
like that.
yeah, they're cool.
Get everybody back to the wall. Let's not be out here much longer.
Well, fine, Storm, you've got your Londriel in a pit. Jartus, you're looking into it. I think, really, you were heading up. Abra, where are you at?
I'm still on the wall.
Still on the wall, kind of looking at the hole. The guy next to you, the Royal Guardsman outside of his uniform with his heavy crossbow, is looking. Think you're alright?
Yeah, they're probably fine.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And he just keeps watching. How are you getting your Londriel out of that hole? You're about. Hang on. What is the movement of a purple worm? I think you're at least 30 feet deep.
That's not a problem. I'll hold it. Can I take somebody with me?
On shadow stepping?
On whatever, either of my stepping.
Any of the steps.
Spatial step, yes. Shadow stepping, no.
Spatial step then. Spatial step up with him.
That is a gift from what's Andres, which is something he grants you. So not an actual innate magical ability, a legit ability, which is weird. Yeah, it works. You can bring him with you, easy enough. Yeah, it's 30 feet. Cool.
60 feet.
Confirmed. No, 30 feet for the burrow. That's
Oh,
what I meant.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. Jartus, Relly, you see him come up with this unconscious Yolondriel. You'd see it as well, Aberrat. Oh, he's asleep. I'll go tell Eula. Guy next to you runs off. Run.
Function.
Come as if I.
Oh, I was just making funny snoring noises.
Oh.
I wanna have fun. No one
I
talks to
want to
me.
have fun.
So I just make funny noises.
Oh. Think you're all heading back to the wall?
Yep. I know I am.
You're unconscious, so yeah, you're being dragged
You
back
don't
by
have a choice.
Fine Storm. Once you all get there, though, the Eula quickly arrives on the spot, takes Yolondriel's unconscious body, and says to you, Fine Storm, "Thanks for subduing him real quick. Well, I'll get him back on his feet."
Sounds good.
She
Good luck.
quickly runs off.
Cat always beats dog.
I get dragged away.
Drag. Oh no, she can carry you easily enough. Well, the ship won't fly yet. It's not recharged.
I think we all need 24 hours.
What would you all like to do? You were going to be in this area for a while. You have a day.
I need to go shopping.
I would like to go back to the market and see what I can find.
Ooh. Perfect. You two are going shopping.
Oh,
Jartus,
shopping
Abrat.
pals.
Abrat, before he goes to meditate so that he can get all his stuff back, is going to approach Jartus quickly. While everyone's scurrying off.
Scurrying about. Perfect. Go for it. Jartus. The fungus.
Jartus.
Yes.
I'm going to pull out the letter given to me from Uznari, and I'm going to show it to you, Jartus. At the bottom of it, where it's signed off by Rupert the gardener, there is a piece of text that says, "Drop blood here for all coming." Abrat's going to point that out specifically and say, "What do you think that means?"
They ran out of ink? I think that
Punch.
kind of arcane magic is not wise to participate in unless you understand what blood you're dropping towards, I would say. Is it an invitation? Why the blood?
Yeah. It's the invitation to visit Uznari.
The only other reason I could think of is for identification purposes, but I don't think... I don't know. What do you think? I could use... Identify. I have a ritual. Can I use a ritual?
Doesn't take a slot
that
to use a
possible?
ritual.
Doesn't take a slot, yeah, so you could.
So...
Or identify. Yeah, let's
cast
do that.
Identify. Takes 11 minutes, so...
Abrat and
Yeah.
Jartus are going to take 11 minutes to try and understand what
I
this
think
text
we will
means.
identify the source of this magic before we participate.
Okay. You stand near the bastion, see that while you're in the process, they are beginning to send groups of people out with carts and have started to actually harvest the worm's flesh and bring it back, with also big vials of the purple blood that they're bringing back as well.
You're welcome.
What can I say, son? But at the end of it, the paper is indeed chanted. You don't actually have to put it in that square. You could literally just drop the blood on any part of the paper. It will read... You get the sense that it is blood magic. It ties whoever it was that dropped that blood on to negating an effect that you would experience should you not do that.
Well,
Remind me, has Abrat heard about people who tend to go to Uznari never leaving?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
many times.
Find
I
someone
wonder
else
if
who
that-
brought it up.
Yeah.
Perfect. I wonder if that has something to do with that never leaving the island problem.
well, we do tend to come and go from places no one ever leaves. Could be... I don't know. What do you think? Should we drop the blood, see what happens? Take the
Well, I
invitation?
don't- We're taking the invitation anyway. That's
Yeah.
already been planned. But I don't particularly desire to have my will subsumed, if you so put it. So I think it would probably be wise, just in case, to actually put the blood on this paper. Simply because we know it negates an effect. And why would they have the effect that is negated being your resistance to not leaving? I think it would be more a it negates the effect of that causes you to not leave. That's my theory. We could probably ask Rupert when we get there.
So, is there a way you think to apply the blood without it being tied to a user or a caster?
Well,
rather?
it says drop blood here for all coming.
Hmm.
I would think that would include everyone else on the boat. So all of us are going to end up having to put some blood on this paper.
Well, I say we run it by. Who have we already run this by? Who else knows that this is?
Oh, everyone knows I
besides
have
source
the
of magic we're
invitation.
talking?
Yes. But you're the first person I've actually brought this text up to. This text kind of struck me as odd, and now that we've identified the paper and see the magic, text makes a little bit more sense. So, haven't brought this part up to everyone yet. You're the first person I've brought it to.
Okay.
By the way, you'll also notice at the very bottom there's a PS that says, "Please don't kill the citizens. They are supposed to look like that." Abrat doesn't point that out because he doesn't really think about it, but you would definitely be able to see that.
So, with some potentially monstrous-looking citizens. Well,
Well, when your Londril wakes up and we've rested up, I think I'll bring
Yeah,
this to the rest
so-
of them. I, on the other hand, and Abrat is going to actually draw some blood from his thumb and then put it on the paper just to see what happens. Is there any visual effect to him adding his blood to the paper?
Where are you putting it on the paper?
Specifically in that little square.
In that little square? Okay. You prick your thumb, a nice thick little globule starts to formulate at the end of it, and you press down heavily into the paper and pull your finger away, and the blood just darkens and then spreads outwards towards the box and disappears into the piece.
Interesting. Well, now we know what that looks like. Abrat folds the paper up and puts it back in his form. Thank you, Jartis. I'm going to go rest, get back what we lost, and I will see you in 6 hours or so. And Abrat's going to head off to wherever it was that we had rooms.
You've got rooms. You've got a building to sleep in with a room. You've also got the ship you could go back to. There are options. It's only about midday right now.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, yeah. You find a room.
Meditation time.
Meditation time. Where are you heading after that, Jartis?
I think I will go and try and find. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's a sling I can. If I used a sling that say had some kind of upgrade to it, would that be usable with the magic stone, or does the magic stone property take over whatever the sling would do?
Keep that as a question. It sounds like what you want to do is go to the general store.
Yeah.
Okay, keep that question in mind. I do have an answer for it. But seeing as you're going to the general store, we'll move over to Finestorm and Relly and go over what they are up to. You both start walking to where you would know the trader to be, a fellow by the name of Alistair, who was running around like a lunatic at the beginning trying to figure out everything. Now that things have kind of settled down a little bit, he's back in his workshop. And the door is nice and wide open, and inside there are just messes upon messes everywhere. The table is completely covered. Every single table you see is covered with these small metallic pieces. Strange grooves inside each of them, some of them looking like they might be pieces of plate for a plate mail armor set that have these deep engravings that are so very finely tuned into it. Bless you. And in part of one of them, currently dragging a heavy sack with a clumping of metal inside, is this small brown-haired, roughed up, dirt all over the place, leather apron wearing man with these glasses that have multiple different refractors all over it. He's got a belt with a bunch of tools all over, many of which the two of you probably wouldn't fully recognize. A lot of this seems and looks incredibly foreign. You can hear him grunting. Oh, hey, what's up? Not you. You're not there yet. Just Rayleigh and Finestorm.
My bad. Ladies first.
Hi there. What kind of wares do you sell in this here establishment?
He straightens up and you can hear his back cracking in multiple places as he stretches. Oh, just about everything. What are you looking for?
Just about everything. So it seems we've come to the right spot. What do you have in the way of rope?
Well, I've got a normal hemp rope. I've got a fiber rope made from the purple worms out there. An enchanted rope that will ring itself back up to, no matter what kind of knot you put it at. It will always loosen up if you command it to. One that never ends. Some that will actually entangle who you're going for. What kind of rope you're looking for? Also a very fine silken one. I mean, yeah, there's plethora.
So I'm interested in that third rope you said that will unknot if I command it to, as well as just a measure of like standard rope.
Yeah, that's kind of the one thing I don't have is standard rope. I have
Okay,
100 feet of hemp.
I'll take it.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Got that.
and
Yeah, I had standard rope, but then we built 5 ships and now it's all gone.
okay. And how much would it be for the rope that never ends?
Rope that never ends.
Mhm.
That one's probably gonna come up to, well, let's see. Let's say for never ending 350 gold, that is.
And the self-detangling rope?
That one's a little trickier, so that one's gonna be about 500.
Okay, so I will take 100 feet of the hemp rope, the never-ending rope, and what have you got in the way of daggers? Or just like handheld knives?
Oh boy. Yeah. So I've got daggers that come back to you, daggers that will get encoded in poison, daggers that will fly farther, ones that have a bit finer of a keen edge to it, some that are just basically enchanted to be more durable, and they turn out to be just that much better. Again, kind of a plethora.
Okay, how much is it for 2 daggers that would, or, well, just 1 dagger that comes back?
Well, those ones are a little trickier. You gotta focus on them. Cause an attunement to it.
Okay.
And they're not entirely common. The engravings took a while. I could probably sell them to you for... probably actually around 350 as well.
350 for a pair or 350 for one?
Each.
Mm. Okay, I will take one dagger that comes back, one never-ending rope, and 100 feet of just hemp rope as well, please.
No, hang on. That was dagger of returning. One. What was the other one?
So it was the boomerang dagger, the
Yeah.
unlimited rope, and just 100 feet of standard hemp rope coil.
Okay. So 350. And how much does rope cost?
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just kidding.
One
That
gold.
was pretty much a paycheck.
2 gold, actually. Alright, for that, you're looking at 702 gold.
Okay, cool.
Now,
So I
for
just give him the
player-wise,
Yeah.
you're always open to barter. You can always try to barter with NPCs and try to get that price lowered down. Some side effects,
Really?
if you do
Okay.
really poorly, is they could very well just be
Mhm.
unfavorable and increase the prices on you. But you could also get it lowered down.
Okay, and would that be like a persuasion check?
Yes, but I always I
Persuasion,
never just accept the
intimidation.
persuasion check. It's always
Okay.
how are you trying to persuade him?
Okay. So while I'm rifling through my gold purse, gold coin container, I look up and I say, since this is kind of like it's a pretty up there order, is there any chance that we could negotiate the price a little bit? Maybe bring that bad boy down a smidge?
I don't know. How much you thinking?
You are just getting all the resources from that worm we just killed for free.
Yeah, like my buddy said, we just
and I
killed
just
that.
turn around.
We just killed that menace to your society. So, what can we do here? What can we?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage because of Firestorm's help.
Where am I fucking dead? Okay, so. Oh shit, that's not good. So that would be 10.
10,
Because I pulled a
even.
1 and a 3.
Ooh, even with advantage. Ooh, dear.
Yeah.
As appreciative as I am of you taking care of the purple worm, I mean, those are almost a lunum. At least one of them happens a lunum, so we're kind of used to them. And my expenses are, everything's already been just all over the place. I mean, you see how disorganized I am here? It's not normal. I'm usually really
Right.
clean, but
Fair enough, man. Man's gotta eat. So I just
Yeah,
take out
yeah.
the 702 gold because just want to be done with it.
He takes it and maybe after give me a few days to recover from building a crap ton of ships.
Okay, unfortunately, we don't have a couple of days. We do have to set sail to take care of another,
can
monstrous
always-
being.
You come back.
Okay. If fate deems it such, I will come back to your establishment.
Cool. Admiral, anything from you?
Are you the one that makes the rings for calling, sending communications?
Sure do.
And how much do those run?
All those. Yeah, those are roughly about 3,500 each. If you want to get it to be a closed communication, you gotta tack on another 1,000 to that.
What do you mean by closed communication? I didn't know these were able to be eavesdropped on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anyone who doesn't have a closed connection ring could tap into any of the conversation you're having inside them. And, I mean, mind you, I'm the only one I know in Andrea who makes them. But there's no telling. Someone else could have one.
How much is, or how big is your back order of these?
Oh, I don't make them for most anyone, really, and they're super special order and rare, so there is no back order.
Okay.
I just also don't make them for fun.
Yeah, of course not.
Like, it'll take me a bit to make, so. But what? You
Do
interested?
they have to be a ring?
No, you could totally make them something else. An earring, nose ring, lip ring, arm bracer thing.
The band on a ship's steering wheel?
Could be, yeah. Yeah, you could definitely make the band on a ship's steering wheel. You'd only ever be able to use it when you're at the steering wheel, and they only have a range of about 300 feet.
The rings? Your
The rings.
communication?
General communication rings. I mean, I can put
Ah.
ascending inside of it as well. But then that's also limited. It's not unlimited sending.
Oh yeah. What's the sending cost?
Oh, that's just an extra 500 per charge.
Are there any rare resources that you need that you don't find locally?
Well, that's a bit tricky. It's the reason we settle in Zarthor. It's real rich and rife. It's probably when you're arriving, Jartis. There is. All right, so there is this. It's pushing, but if you get a phoenix blossom for me, like a couple of seeds of a phoenix blossom, that would be worth at least for each seed. That would be one ring fully up with 3 charges. I value those for about 6,000 each. So.
And where does one find these? Usually.
On the King's Mountain in Laban, which is restricted territory and only the king's allowed to go there. And it's also a punishable by death offense to pick one and take any. But you know the king, so maybe you might be able to pull a favor or something. Hazard pay?
I like the or something. But anyway, I will keep an eye out for those.
Just make sure if you do it legitimately, totally fine. If you do it illegitimately, let me know. Cause I'm gonna be fucking telling everyone if you don't tell me it's illegitimate.
Gotcha. Yes, let's keep this by default on the illegitimate side.
Perfect.
Even if I do get it legitimately, I don't want my name being spread for things like that. Are you familiar with bags of holding or portable holes, things like that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've made a few interesting ones. You've got a couple actually on your boat. Your ship. Your thing. Whatever you want to call it.
Good. I'm interested in having something else constructed that's kind of unique.
Okay. What do you want?
2 chests. Interconnected.
How do you mean?
No matter
Oh.
where the 2 chests are, if something is put in one chest, it can be taken out from the other chest.
Okay, that is very, very different from a bag of holding.
It's,
Also,
you
it's
know,
similar principles. I get it. Yeah, yeah. I'll need to research that. That might take me a bit. Research grants are usually about 100 gold per day.
okay.
At this point, Relly, you spend a lot of time around people. Finestorm, you've got a high enough insight check and passive insight. Jartus, what's your passive? Actually, you've been around people enough too as well. It's not that he's trying to nickel and dime. It's more he recognizes Arthur was now part of the Shallows. He's treating himself like a business. All of his terms, all of his time and services, he's going to be charging for, no matter who it is now. Originally, you wouldn't have actually even been able to do any of this. They were closed off society, not selling to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
They had to have a connection. They sold to Bill and Ladi for the ships, who were from Zarthor.
Okay, then. For now, I will give him 1,000 plat.
Whoa!
That's for the research of the chests and towards whatever else towards the construction.
Yeah, whatever's left over you'll find in the chests at the end. Thank you. That's a... Whoa. Okay.
And we'll keep the knowledge of these chests exclusive.
The rest of it might stay in my pocket.
That's fine.
And he slips it into a bag of holding of his own. Real secretive. I'm imagining keeping it secret from the other admirals too, huh?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
What transpires between us transpires between us. I'll
And
let you
these
know if
two.
it's Shallow's business. These two, yes, sure, for the moment.
Wow. I've got that for the research. Looking for any rings at this time as well? Or, the communication device thingies? Or you want to try to go for the seeds?
We'll work on that later. I'll put an order in later. Do you have anything which, this is weird, but do you have anything which allows quick transport back to this island?
No. Although, if I figure out the whole chest thing, that feasibly could be considered quick transport. You just crawl in one end and crawl out the other. It would depend on how I could do it, yeah.
If you'd make that, survivable, maybe, but that's not my goal, so don't worry about that.
As far as like transportation stuff, I mean that's new to us. Yeah, the whole teleporty thingy. Never seen anyone do it. I would love to see how Nero does it, but I don't understand it. It's beyond me.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I needed. Jardis, sell your soul.
Should we show him the bracer of teleportation, maybe? That could maybe help. I don't know. Having an item.
Why do I even worry about what Jardis does sometimes? Did he say that loud?
Did you say that out loud, Jartus?
Yes.
Excuse me, a what? A bracer of what? Can I...
Teleportation?
Okay, no. You've mentioned it now, and it would be an awful tease not to show me.
Alright, so... show it to him?
He's staring at it.
I would advise against it, but it's your choice since you currently have it.
Would this not help with what you're trying to do?
Would it even do anything right now? Because last I
It's
heard,
innate.
none of the magic stuff works.
It's
not
an innate piece of metal at the moment.
ours.
So he's looking at it and I could tell this is a magical item. I mean, it's got the capabilities behind it and the right markings. But the markings make no sense to me. Is this even a language? Where'd you get this?
Mindstorm?
Where'd you get this? He says to Finestorm this.
That knowledge is not worth everything in this shop.
Crazy shit I don't want to know. Hands it back to you, Johnson. Thanks for the look. I don't think there's anything I can do with that.
Noted.
And I'll take out another 100 platinum and slide it over to him and go, and you never saw it.
What are you talking about? Slips into his pocket.
Good.
Okay.
What else you want to dig us into, Jardis?
I don't want to dig myself into a bed at this point. and
That's
not
the
deal with
whole
the
reason you
situation
came here?
anymore.
You didn't come here for anything in particular?
I can wait till tomorrow.
I see. I do see.
Okay, well, if
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely, thank you for your money. And ideas. Your ship, it's slowly getting there. I think by tonight it'll be ready to go again. We'll try again with the launch. Wild. I've got a few things I gotta work on here. Real quick. Emergency commission. Gotta take care of it. Not looking forward. Although I am. If you could leave my shop. You're just kind of standing there. Go, turn around, leave, go away. I need to work.
As soon as Jardis... No.
I already left.
Okay. I'll leave.
Me too. And I'll just mutter, well, someone's awful feisty today.
Turns around and you can hear him say as you're leaving and the doors just start to shut behind you. How am I gonna start with this? Come on, Emlar.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You've got the day. You've done your shopping. Closer towards the night, Ninth does arrive with the main survivors and some core fleet vessels. Comes on to shore, finds Lars very quickly, and they both depart somewhere else. Finestorm, you get the idea that it's probably showing Ninth the ship that Lars intends to give him.
Mm-hmm.
People are setting up for what looks to be a lively festivity tonight. Nothing too game-wise or anything, more of a social drinking and dancing and telling of stories and such. Like, there are specific areas to tell stories. And getting the idea that a lot of this community is all based around passing of knowledge down by vocal and by written. Let's fast forward a bit and go straight to... That's not what I wanted.
I am going to, somewhere in the middle of all that, take an hour to meditate.
Attempting a short rest?
No, meditative rest, just to restore my ki.
Okay. Just a meditative rest. Find the time to do that. Aberrat, you'll have the chance to do a full rest. Eulondriel, you won't quite. Yours is a little bit more intrepid. You can definitely take a short rest, though.
I'm gonna burn through some dye.
As far as Jartis and Relly go, Relly, there's a lot of places for musicians. The places for storytelling and other spots of just festive drinking and socializing. This kind of looks like what would be about the same size of the winter solstice festival that your town would put on every year. People wouldn't really travel there. It was only really for the locals. And it's about the same amount of people too. Smiley and friendly, almost just as friendly as your hometown.
Okay. I will just kind of nod to myself and say, all right, now this is more my kind of scene. I'll rummage through my pack, dig out the lyre, and just like hop on a tree stump and just start walking away.
You quickly get a few other people joining you and playing alongside. A lot of the dancing
Nice.
starts to center around where Relly's playing with these other musicians. I just spilled tea all over myself. Missed my mouth entirely.
You British fool.
I am such a fool.
Yeah.
For yourself, Eulondriel, there is a moment. It's a very empty unconsciousness, very empty sleep. Nothing menial at all. But you do wake up to a bit of a start, sweat on your brow, and still aching and sore all over the place, but all your cuts and bruises have been lathered with this creamy substance that has a strange green hue to it. Your armor is off and to the side. And Eula's currently sitting next to your bed on a chair, reading through some pieces of paper with a bit of a frown on her face. And she looks over and, oh, well, Sleepyhead finally decided to wake up. And on the outside you can hear a bunch of people drinking, partying, and festivities going on.
I feel like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag.
You kind of look like it.
How'd it go?
Killed it. Harvested it. They're currently eating it. And using other pieces for other things. So,
Good for
ultimately
them.
good. Yeah.
And the magic?
Mostly back.
That's good. How's it going on your guys' end?
Oh, it's a bit of a loaded question these days.
Oh, yeah.
Last report, Constance was returned. Apparently she and Brolog managed to negotiate some kind of work through with the trolls. Brolog's going to be a little bit more indisposed for a while. When he gets back, he's going to have to do a lot of talking to a bunch of authorities. I'm sure he's going to love it.
Well, good to hear he's safe.
For now.
We gotta make a move on the island very soon. We only have 2 months before it starts to go downhill. Actually, less than that, like a month and a half now.
You're talking about the gods?
Yeah.
They'll be easy to find these days.
Yeah,
The
that's true.
Moonlight canopy, where they're at, in the Moonlight Forest, it started to grow at a really rapid pace. We had a unit go into it thinking it was where Moonlight the city was, only to get lost and shoved out somehow.
Alright. We should all talk. The rest of us in the morning. Figure out exactly all the information that we have. Then I found out some other things. Eshnar's just a step. After that, we still have to figure out what's going on with the trees, this continent, all that kind of stuff.
Well, the trees and the continent will have a lot more answers when we get Marcus back on his feet.
Yep. How are you?
I'm good. A little distressed. You keep almost dying.
Oh, it's my father's curse, I guess.
She puts the
Say
piece
as
of
I
paper
stretch.
on the bedside, like little table on the bedside, and then climbs in and joins you, just snuggles up. And... Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, he did it for a living. That's the thing.
Monk got his ass
It's-
kicked.
Pretty much. There were fights, but they were all rigged. Most people knew, and most of them didn't care. But still good fun. My dad was good fodder. He put up a fight. He was a good actor, more than anything.
Yeah, if anyone tried to rig a game here, they would get well, it depends on how they did it. Usually it's their eyes getting removed.
Yeah,
That
where
was-
I come from,
From the old king, though, so... Who knows
it's
now?
all rigged. It was all rigged.
And you want to go
all of it.
back?
It is home, despite its flaws.
Why is it home? Why can't this be home?
Because my parents are still there. And for all they know, I'm just bones somewhere in a ditch now.
Novel thought. Bring him here.
Yeah, I might do that. That's a bridge I'll cross when we come to it. Either way, I'll have to go back. If not just to get them. That fucking place.
Do you have any friends over there?
Yeah, a handful. The guys. They did the same thing my dad did, but I was a better fighter. So, is what they call a face. A good guy.
You're the one doing the kicking of the ass.
Most of the time. Every once in a while, there'd be a heel to come up, and a heel is a bad guy, I say, explaining. And, yeah, sometimes he'd beat me, and we'd do that back and forth for a while. SummerSlam, WrestleMania, all the good shows.
She continues, in general, like asking a lot of questions about your home. Getting some information and thoughts too. Eventually, the night does wear on, and you can hear the crowd outside from partying start dwindling and dying down. You will just fall asleep.
All right. That's
For
what we
that-
do.
For a fine storm. During the festivities, I'm going to change this now. During the festivities, there are a number of people who might try to grab your attention. One of them is Lars, and he's the one who's successful.
No, of course, yes.
When you're engaged, are you trying to be visibly seen, or how are you engaging in the festivities?
Visibly seen, but not much else.
Okay. He saddles up next to you. Has 2 drinks in his hand. Doesn't know if you have one in it. I don't know if you drink. You drink?
But of course, I'll take it and down it all in one shot.
When you start bringing it to your face, he's like, oh yeah, so he does drink, and you start downing it, and he, whoa, not to wanting to be outdone. He downs his as well. Whew, alright. Couple of things. See that guy there? And he points at one of these armored individuals that you know to be one of the royal guard of Zarthor. That is Nat Vandriv. The chief here has recommended that we consider him for an admiralty spot. Something about always wanting to follow his brother's shoes. It's older brother of Bill.
Okay.
And that, he points over at a black dragonborn. That is Exter, one of the captains of Kurthel's ships. He came with a letter of recommendation, and after his demonstration, I think it's worth going into. He's almost served his entire life in the Shallows, so loyalty's not an issue.
That sounds good.
There's also Grith Ness. He proved himself rather exemplary. Not the important ones, though. I mean, those I could just say, yeah, here you go, here's your test, and see if they survive. Itanis.
Mm-hmm.
He's proven very useful. And quite loyal. Being the more important part.
How do you gauge loyalty?
Got a bit of an SI sight for it.
I see. Because I'm not so positive that the test loyalty.
He slaps you on the back. Of course he wouldn't.
Otherwise, how do others end up with these?
There, I suppose, might have been, you know how deals work. I mean, I made my fair share of dirty deals in my day, before I joined the Shallows. One of the reasons I got kicked out of the Laban military. If you don't word it correctly, it can be determined by whoever it is the benefactor of it. I'm pretty sure whoever made the deal for these blades didn't make that good of a deal. Because of the one that Sabjas did, there's a nice little combination factor to it. The question I think we should be asking instead is, what does it test the loyalty to? And why did you set out for the journey to begin with? We as admirals set out to test our loyalty to the Shallows. Some of us have really difficult times. Lady almost died on hers. Ninth did too. He almost froze to death in his place. But as always understood, we are not to tell or discuss exactly what went on during our tests. You've been very vocal that yours was easy. And I'm going to be very vocal for you. Yours isn't over. I don't think yours ever will be.
Oh, someday it will be. Someday everything ends.
Ours is. Cheers with an empty glass. Oh, you can't do that. That's bad luck. Pour some liquid into it. From a little flask that he's got. Good stuff.
Thanks.
Good stuff. Good stuff. He starts giving you some.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'll down it.
He sips at his this time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Food for thoughts. Your ship's back and running, by the way. Captain's taking care of last minute details.
Hmm. What are the, if you don't mind me asking, what are the terms and conditions of Zarthor joining the Shallows? So that I may know what to expect from an entire Zarthor crew.
Entire Zarthor. Them joining their agreements is a lot of them are going to be going undergo sailing aspects. Become tradesmen. They make the ships for us. They make flying ships for the Shallows. Or for themselves at that point. It's a supply area. We trade
So
more
it's-
easily with each other, and they fall under our privy of protection.
So they're not part of the Shallows, they're just...
Integration process. They will be part of the Shallows.
Ah. Okay.
It's tough for myself to explain. I know it'll work out in the end, but the integration itself has been requested to stay inside my ranking. However, I don't like that. He points at the chief, Zarthorn. If he wants... Ooh, wow, not the right one. If you want proper details, ask the chief.
I don't think I have the authority to ask such a question, even on behalf of the Shallows, so... I am just
Curiosity
an
is not a
admiral.
crime.
You're talking to a cat.
I know. He says with a smile on his face. Should he choose? The option's there. If not, don't blame you. There are certain things that only the Grand Admiral is told. Should you ever sit in my seat, you'll understand exactly why I'm so cryptic about why your loyalty test is still going.
So be it.
I'm gonna go interrogate Nat. Peacefully. You know,
Of course.
nicely. Wanders off.
I will go talk to the chief.
Chief is quietly sitting down, just near one of the loose fires around the entire place, and looks up and he sees you approaching. Ah, fine storm. The tales of your victory and what you did are passing around quite quickly.
Which one?
I'm most interested in the matter of your death.
Death? I didn't die.
Many of them saw you skewered and collapsed on the ground.
That's quite possible, but that doesn't mean death.
Go ahead and give me a deception check.
I'm not lying.
You did actually die. You are lying.
I die.
It is dying. What happens to you is dying.
Wow, that was a 17 and rolled to the 8.
Oh. Clash.
No, I don't have any pluses on those.
Oh, you don't?
I'm
Oh.
pretty sure. Let me look. Oh, +5. I guess I do.
Oh.
Damn, I didn't realize I had a proficiency in deception.
You, he also rolled an 8, and he also has +5. So, you tied up.
tied.
You tied up.
Huh.
He kind of gives you a bit of a squinty look. Whatever you say.
I don't view it as death. I'll put it that way.
That is much I can tell. Please, sit. Join
you.
me.
That's it.
What is it that I might be able to assist with you today? You came with purpose. Is it just to give an old man some company in a cold night like this?
Well, of course.
Not in that way, really.
I'm a
Gee,
god. That's what mine say.
You're a bard.
That
Hold on, I thought
face.
you were a cook.
Yes, actually, to both.
Well, I don't mind sitting and keeping you company. You're correct. I did have some questions, mainly concerning the arrangements between Zathor's joining the Shallows. I'm curious as to what the arrangements are, or how this came to be. What are the stipulations, and why should I trust the crews on my ship? And I don't mean that disrespectfully, just as a question. I'm sure they will prove more than loyal.
It is not meant disrespectfully. Oh, and I understand it's not, at least that is how I mean. Perhaps the best way I can explain this to you is... Yes, I think that is what I will do. He stands up, all crickety. At some point, we will be joining you for a good reason, but first, hear a story. And he brings himself to a part. And for the rest of you who are inside the area, this would be a point in the festivities where everything quiets down. And they all start paying attention to the chief as he starts describing and telling the beginning of the Zathorian people, their journey, and how, according to legend, it goes all the way back to when it was a full-fledged Pangea and all the land was in one place and not broken and shattered before the collapse. How they left, being pushed out by the people as still followers of the gods, each one of them with their families, and other people who chose to go along with them. The guardians of the gods. Beings made to be celestials, much like what Yolondriel and Emlar were made to be, to help protect all mortal beings inside Nathriel. And then the gods fell and collapsed. And after that, they've been in a perpetual motion, all 18 of the Guardians being reborn to the same Zathorian people to protect them. As he does this, there are many places around where the royal guards, as soon as he says the guardian of this god, one of them will jump up and do a demonstration with this cantrip of some kind of magic. Except for 4 of them, who, when you look around, as he points at one of them is just a child, 4-year-old little girl. Another one is 8 and 12 and 16. 16-year-old being close to his rite of passage to becoming a royal guard. All of them full-blown ASMR. The only ASMR is actually inside Zathor. The rest of them all painted markings. They're all human. Perpetual cycle. As soon as one of them dies, they are reborn again into the clan, forced to relive another childhood, relearn their previous lives through journals and notebooks. At the end of it, there is a whole display of fake fireworks and all this light show as he steps down again. And at this point, it's getting fairly deep into the night. A lot of people actually start to depart and move away, going back to their homes. He returns to you, Finestorm, with your Londriel here to finish his deeds. The Guardians will need to be moving on from us. We will need further protection. We will need to be part of an organized and successful group. The Shallows offers that. So with that, I have orchestrated and organized with Lars to begin including our people into yours. It is not something that could happen overnight. It will take time, but our people are fierce and loyal. We will give our utmost for the Shallows and everything that is requested. Aside from the 18, when their time is to leave, they will leave, unless they choose to give their dedication to the Shallows, which I understand one of them would very much like to do.
Then it's my fault for not writing down that name.
Nat. Nat Vadriv.
Nat. Vagina. Nat.
That is such an innocent name, Vadriv. No, it's not. It's not innocent at all. Holy crap, I hear it now. Oh,
Nat badge.
you always do this to me. You
At least I'm
always
not
do
the
Your
only
this.
Nat
one.
badge, that's how you get there.
Ah!
Who needs Nat 20 when you can have Nat Vag?
Nat badge.
Oh, good heavens, carry on. What are you all doing? It's the end of the night.
Did I mention his name? Say yes.
Vag Rift.
That would be him, yes. Not Vadrift. Not Vadrift.
Well then, I shall keep him company for as long as he's up.
You'll probably find him in Alistair's location.
No, I mean the chief.
Oh, the chief. Okay, yeah. He stays up for a while longer. You will notice eventually as well that there is perpetually at a distance, around 30 feet away, is Deiketus Aram, always standing nearby, watching. The general consensus, the Deiketus is the captain of the Royal Guard, and his utmost is to protect the leader of the Zathor. He, you would understand, was, at one point, during the War of the Gods, the champion of Artaeus. I say champion. The guardian of Artaeus. Artaeus' guardian. Myths and legends. Change of names constantly. Oh, good heavens, a rift in the land. Oh. It's V-A-D, people. D-R-I-V. There you go. That's how you spell his name. Be mature. If no one else has anything for the night, though, you all can take long rests. And we can jump to the morning.
Does the magic restore on our magical items, or how? Like,
Yes,
If our potions, okay.
The potions are good to go again. They are back to being useful and being magical. It was just a temporary destabilization that stopped it from being that. And this is something you would understand as well as being capable, seeing as the piece of paper Abrat had was within that blast. and did have its magic back
Oh,
when he
boy.
put his blood into it. But it's morning.
Peter climbed onto my lap and dug his claws
Aw.
into my hand.
Good kitty.
The poor child. He was trying to figure out what was going on.
Oh. What are you all up to? It is morning time.
I
You are
go to
muted,
the
your
cabin.
Laundrell.
I'm finding everybody.
Okay.
Question. So,
Answer.
in the future, if magic is innate and it is a magical weapon, is it reduced to its normal state, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's just a normal mundane item.
Okay. But it can still be used as a weapon.
Oh yeah,
If needed.
yeah.
A letter opener is a letter opener is a letter opener.
Okay. Okay. A sling is a sling, as long as it throws stuff.
A sling is a sling as long as it throws stuff. Let's actually take a look at that.
I'm gonna go
Quick.
on the hunt for a specific item. Though.
Magic stone spell? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Magic stone. 3 pebbles. Imbue them with magic. Use them to make a ranged attack spell with one of the pebbles. By
Would it just
throwing it
add the
or
D4?
hurling it with a sling. No, it's inside the description. Hurling it with a
Okay.
sling activates it, so you'd just be doing the damage of the normal item.
Okay.
You would be... If thrown, it has a range of 60 feet. If you do it in a sling, you're using the sling's range. So what is a
Ooh,
sling's
that's
range?
120 feet.
You're
That doubles
doubling
the
the
range.
range. Yeah, you're
So,
doubling the range of the stone.
Incentive. I am
It's-
looking for a specific one. I don't know if that would require a specific shop or place.
You have no idea. You know that you might be able to ask Jeff, considering the Alistair and all the items that he randomly had, it's a good bet
Mhm.
he probably has multiple kinds of slings too.
Okay. Well, I shall tune in. Is it? How far away are we from Jeth at the moment?
From Jeff? Oh, you're a couple of days'
Yeah.
travel. He's in the
Okay, I didn't
shallows.
know.
Yeah. You're in Zarthor.
Okay, yeah.
Completely different islands.
So I will. Cause don't I have that thing, the something to communicate the person who I sent, or what did I do to communicate with him last time?
Oh yeah, you've got a ring.
Okay.
Ring with one charge.
so
One.
Sling of warning? Question mark. I guess I could just send his way.
Sling of warning.
So if we are asleep and something tries to come up on us, it wakes us up. If it is within 30 feet of us, we can't be surprised. Even when incapacitated.
Oh, okay. So it basically gives everyone within 30 feet of you
Mhm.
the alert feat. You do get a reply fairly quickly. I have one. You're on Zarthor last I heard. How are you going to get it? 200 gold.
Yeah. Just a sending animal of some sort.
You only had one charge in the ring. Yeah, you can't reply anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's a 25-word message basis.
Well, I'll assume whatever method is about to happen is going to cost 200 gold then.
That really depends. How are you? What are you doing? Describe to me some thought processes. How are you trying to
Uh,
acquire this item?
well, because last time I was close enough to send for it.
You were on the same
So-
island last time.
Yeah. So this time I would have to have something that could cross the water.
Something. Okay, so you know that the consequences and the Firestorm ship are leaving today. You would also get the sense that retrieving an item like this from Jeth, from the Shallows, will take multiple days. And you're going to an island that people are forbidden to go to except through invitation. So the likelihood is if you sent for something from Jeth, you wouldn't be seeing it until you are done with Usnari.
I can't really say anything else. I would just keep that in mind, I guess. That he has a magic sling.
He's got one, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
You definitely keep that in mind. Maybe put on the list pit stop at Shallows so I can buy sling.
Be horrible. Nice little group perk.
Nice little group perk.
I don't need it.
Well,
That would actually be very helpful for you all. Very, very helpful.
we get more sleep, that's for sure.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to say, Yolondrul, you were successful in gathering everyone up.
All right.
I'm going to include Emlar and Eula. And probably Ninth and Lars as well. In on whatever it is.
I'm gonna ask Finestorm, is the ship ready?
Captain's there too. She would be there too. Captain Kustra.
Captain Couscous. I mean,
The fine, innocent names. We won't muck them up. Poor people. Anyway.
Finestorm, hey, ship ready? I say as he stares off into distance.
hey.
Hey.
Yes.
Okay, good. We're gonna make our way. What's it called? Usnari. We're gonna make our way to Usnari. But we should have one final talk before we leave. Make sure we're all on the same page.
Especially since Jartus and I found a little bit of extra information concerning that.
Should we get the prince?
Is
Why?
it a prince conversation?
Well, this is laws. I kind of want to try to stay on the good foot of our foreign allies as much as possible. If you think this is information that Nero could help with as well, then I think it would be worth sharing with him now. But
No,
you
you're
know
right.
what? Never mind. I'll just write down a report. I'll give it to him later.
Okay,
This
he knows how to
specifically
get a hold
just-
of us.
It's
This
just-
specifically just involves those of us going to Usnari.
okay, so then that's just that's shallow stuff. We're good. We're good. Yeah.
Good idea to keep notes. Anyway, go ahead, Everett. You first.
Abrat will produce the letter and then show you, all of you, the little spot at the bottom where it has this little box and text above it scrawled, "Drop blood here for all coming." Signed, Rupert the gardener. And then right at the bottom, you would also see, "P.S. Please don't kill the citizens. They are supposed to look like that." But Abrat will point out that box specifically and say, "Jartus and I investigated, and it looks like the magic on this paper is designed in such a way that it negates an effect, a magical effect. I did already add my blood to see what would happen. Has a kind of magical ooh to it, but other than that, nothing changed."
So it's probably a way to be allowed in.
That's my theory.
Let's
More
hope that's
importantly,
correct.
is it a way to be allowed out?
That is what we are also hoping.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. This letter isn't from the guy we're gonna maybe have to kill, or is it from the guy
At the
we're gonna
bottom,
maybe
it
have
is
to kill?
signed.
Rupert
Venetian.
the gardener.
That's what's written by the other side. But if you look on the left-hand side, Von, left-hand side, you see that little scribble all the way at the bottom?
I'm sorry,
That's
it's
a
in
signature.
a text I can't read.
That's a signature.
I didn't realize there was
yeah.
even a signature at all.
That-
I can't read it.
Seemingly random little scribble is a signature.
So everyone else can see it.
Yeah,
I completely missed that. It's so obvious, but I completely missed it because I couldn't read it.
It's Archmage Venetian.
Okay.
Well, the whole letter's written by Venetian, but this part about the blood is written by Rupert the gardener.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I kind of got mixed messages from the gods. So they're worried about us going to Usnari, but I don't know. It seems like we may have an ally there. That maybe we don't even have to fight this guy. So let's hope for that.
Also, I need to go to Usnari. I need to.
You can fill us in on why I'm giving him an eye. Like, I'm pretty sure that's information that's just for us, is what that look at you
While you are
suggests.
looking at him, you notice that there's just a little bit of peeking out from behind his in his shirt, but behind his back. There's like this little head of a pseudo dragon, like looking mushroomy creature staring at you. Abra
You have a
doesn't seem
growth
to
on your
notice.
back. I'm gonna turn after I say you have a growth on your back. I'm gonna turn to Finestorm and the other three, or the other two, I should say, and say, "What about you guys? Any new information? You guys pick up anything we could use?"
Nope, not really.
So are we completely opposed to making a pit stop in Chalice?
Why do we need to make a pit stop?
That's not along the way.
Not along the way, but it is not against the way.
And
There's
the
a
reason?
sling there. There's a sling there that I think could really help us out. And the sling of warning would wake us up if we're
Did
in any danger at night, and anyone within 30 feet of me receives the perk of alertness.
Emlar, who is fully dressed in his armor, but with his helmet inside his hand, looks at you with a furrowed brow. Did you talk to Alistair at all? He's got like 50 of those things. We use them as basic items to be carried around outside when people are wandering the wastes. I say wastes, they're actually super green. I'm sure
Basic
you'd be...
items, then I'm sure you wouldn't be hard to part with one, or two, or three.
A few, maybe, yeah. I could ask him.
Okay, then that takes care of the pit stop. Finestorm, learn anything?
Nope.
Okay,
This is not going to be good.
probably
It's not
not.
going to be easy.
I'm gonna look at Enlar and Eula. I'm gonna say, Eula's already kind of filled me in on what's going on, but you both should fill in the group about what your plan is.
Eula looks towards Emlar. Emlar, who, at this point, Yolandra, you would probably understand more than anyone else, is technically a higher rank, being second in command of the Alpha A. So she turns to
I'll be
him.
listening,
Yeah.
my dog.
You're good. Turns to him and he starts to fill you on, all in on. He tells you details. Heh. A few days back, Constance returned. The trolls have agreed to join. Not Andrea. They've agreed to join Brolog.
Awesome.
Of course. Of course.
They are calling themselves the Tribe of 321, and will be
Looks.
following his every command. Which means we
I'm gonna-
officially need to distribute information on the creed so that our citizens know how to behave and not to offend them. Nero has, well, not Nero actually, Eleanor has volunteered to stay and train and help train our people in understanding the different culture and how to live with it. Apparently, it's been prevalent in Coela for a very long time, and the citizens there are used to it.
Whatever you do, just don't try to charm the guy. You'll be fine.
He quickly takes a piece of paper and takes a quick note down. Don't charm Prologue. What happens if you do?
Use magic
At all,
against Prologue.
Use magic.
I mean, you might get a pass
Maybe
because
pass.
you're technically my brother. So like you'll get a pass, and
Well, that's
I
just
mean
me.
a pass maybe.
Okay, that's just me. That's me specific.
And you love, but I doubt you guys will have to charm Prologue. You'll have to heal him maybe, but
The only way I know how to be charming is with my gorgeous face.
yep. And even that might piss him off. It's fucking Prologue. Either way,
Not
it's good.
speaking plurals or the third person.
Lazzie's taking a sip from a mug at this, just goes. Yeah, I don't know why I found that so funny, but I did.
Either way, it's good. Prologue's got an army building up, and he'll be with us soon. But he's got some more stuff to finish up. What about on your guys' end? I say to Lars.
Well, Drunok, we won. The government structure of Drunok has finally collapsed, and we've taken full control. Resounding victory, and the public is entirely with it as well. I've never seen a public so thrilled about someone dying than what I heard on the story of how the previous magistrate lost his head. That and Admiral Jane is heading out towards the kingdom of Grodokkel to speak to her uncle, who is a member of the council there. The council is a loose term, by the way. It's not actually a council. You'll need to ask her for the full understanding of how their governance works, but our hopes is that we can pull them into our privy as well, make them protectorates, much like what Drunok's going to be for us. Our ultimate say will have the determination of what goes on there, but they still have full command of their own individual doings.
Well, hopefully we can count on them. We're gonna need it. What's happening next is gonna be a big move. And get the heart of the tree, the last one. Our employer, we've been trying to keep secret, will be back to his full capability. And he'll be the biggest asset we have that's to come after. So,
That's good. We're gonna need help. We're pulling out of Saluti. A recent assault took out 17% of our armed forces there. We can't defend it anymore. It's another city along the southern borders lost. Not only that, but they're actually gathering up forces nearby the other cities, the lost and abandoned ones. The king thinks that they're going for the collectors. No idea why. But
the
they're gathering
magical
around
items.
them.
They know where they are. They know how many of them there are.
That's
Know how to use them.
entirely reasonable, actually. Just the issue we have now is the collectors have entirely cut us off. We can't get anyone through.
Well, that's either good or bad. They're either cutting themselves off completely to avoid any sort of incursion, or one of the collectors has already been turned, and thus we're a step behind.
Goof
Ask
Martin.
around. Figure it out.
Guth Marsh is also being abandoned. There's nothing we can do there. 2 days of assaults was more than enough to make them collapse. Escaping by sea mostly. They seem to have difficulty on the water. No boats. Our next thought, though, is they're going to be attacking Welvrith pretty quickly here. It's a large city, so we can help defend it. Tunnels have already been closed off. Underground's being monitored carefully. The first,
What's the
second, and
most
third
secure-
army of Laban are located there. And the fourth and fifth of Recloria. And the Quailans have given us on loan their 6th army, which comes with a whole division of Magus fighters. Hell of a thing. Have you ever seen one of them in combat?
Yep. More than one.
Absolutely.
What's the most defensible city on this continent?
Oh, Lestrabka. Actually, all of them. Every one of the NPCs that would be inside your room would all answer at the same time. Lestrabka.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Firestorm and have a conversation with, and I'm gonna say, worst comes to worst, should everyone fall back to Lestrabka? Should that be the game plan if shit turns south?
Is that a question, or was that?
That was a question for you, Firestorm, to see if you kind of agree with what I'm thinking currently.
Sure. That sounds like a plan.
I'm going to continue and I'm going to say, do you think it's worth it for them to even be trying to hold these cities?
Yes. I think what Emlar's getting at is whenever they assault, we take out, for every one they hit of us, we take at least 10 of them. We've been dealing casualty after casualty after casualty. We've been taking a lot, but we've been dealing more than we've been taking. The issue is, they don't seem to ever stop. They just keep coming. It makes no sense. At this point, we've killed over 100,000 of them. And yet they're still coming.
Get the word out. When it starts to look bad for the cities, everyone that we've got needs to head to Lestrabka. Everybody. If it goes south, and that is the most easily defended city, it's our only chance.
I agree, but getting people from Denira to Lestrabka, that's a couple of lunar cycles.
Not if our employer gets better.
Even then, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people locating to a city that can maybe withstand maybe 50?
Yeah. It's better than everyone dying, though. As many people as we can get out and get to safety, and as many fighters as we can get to one location.
Your laundry will
If it
speaking
gets bad.
from experience of being an island liver. Okay, it's the supplies that are the issue. If we get that many people there, they're gonna starve in a week. We won't have to need to defend them. This continent has a lot of people on it. If we're pulling the entire population to one city in an entire continent,
I'm not talking about the entire population. I'm talking about our allies.
at this
Everyone
point,
who's going to fight these people.
your laundry will, at this point, that is the entire population except for the collective, who are 3 cities in the south.
And like
We're all-
you said, we can't move everybody. People are going to die no matter what happens.
Then you're talking about
But
the
if the worst
leaders.
comes to worse, if we can't succeed with Eshnar, if something happens, all of the cities will fall, and that will be the last one. If it's the most defensible. So what I'm asking of everyone is to at least get the word out that that is the last option. If they want to defend this continent, and we fail.
Ninth, who's been fairly quiet, speaks up and... I'm sure Alduin would really actually be fine going to Lashrabka and helping up with the defenses and building it up. Getting more supplies there. Hell, it's a peninsula city. Based off of the mountains. Carved out of a mountain. It's going to be difficult for them to assault it. And we're going to have access to the river right behind it, so... Food might not actually be as much of a situation. It is the capacity.
Yeah.
But with
Like I
Zarthor
said-
now actually agreeing, that actually could genuinely just be an evacuation point. We could be talking about putting people on boats, getting people shipped up to Zarthor, Drunok, and the other islands up north.
Get a hold of Prince Nero, make sure his father knows. Maybe he can send boats to help people on the western coast. They probably won't be able to make it all the way to Lashrabka, but maybe we can evacuate
Such
some.
little faith you have in the shallows, Eulandrio. I'll do it. I'll ask King Shago, definitely. But we've got hundreds of boats. No, we don't. We've got over 100 boats. You're right. We probably need some help. I'm being vain.
A little bit. I was in that battle too. Besides, there's
That
going to
was
be
our
trouble on
entire
water.
fleet. But that was most of them out. Actually, half our fleet is destroyed. You're right.
But we need your ships anyway.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
warships. They're prepared for battle. And if something, whatever the other side is, if they catch word of evacuations, I don't doubt that there will be issues on the water. So,
Ninth, at that mention, looks at you and goes, fuck. Pulls out a little dagger and just does an insertion, a cut on his hand, and shows that he's bleeding. I'm like, everyone else?
I go like this, and I go to stab. I go to prick myself, and I physically can't. Really? Could you?
Yeah, it's a foreign concept to you, really, but you've seen them do it once before. This seems like a test of some kind. You've never been fully explained why they do this from time to time, or what it means or what it's for. But it does seem to be a test. Lars has done the same thing. He's done a small little cut on his hand. You see red blood come out from his hand. Eula does it, Emla does it. And then it quickly just becomes just the 3 or 4 others of you. Or actually 5 of you.
I'll wait for Relly to prick my hand since I can't do it myself.
Okay. I just kind of like gently poke his fingertip.
Red blood
And
begins to come
yeah.
out from it.
It's by the way, for everyone here, a fine storm and Aberrat here. It's not going to be red, but they're fine.
Okay. And then I like prick my own finger and it's also bleeding. And then I kind of look at everyone just gashing across their palm and I say, that placement seems a bit impractical, especially if you're wanting to like hold and grasp and prepare. So just like a little thumb prick is gonna me.
I look at the little thumb prick and the... I guess that works. Yeah, why haven't we been doing smaller bits? Why have we... Who was the first one to suggest this? You! Points at you, Eulandriel. You were the first one. You cut your hand first. That's why we do our palms.
Oh yeah, but see, I have magic, and I just like quickly heal the wound. So I just wasn't really thinking about repercussions of actions. I'm sorry.
Does everyone Do a little cut in the hand to prove whether or not you are a clone.
Cut off my left hand
on-
and cast regenerate.
That's
And 2
expensive.
guns
expensive.
disappear.
It's a nice
I
little
do-
thumb slice.
I do it on my thumb, kind of like Relly
Your
did.
thumb. Very similar. For you, Relly, you see a very thick sap-like green substance coming out from Aberrat. Not quite blood, but everyone else doesn't seem to be fazed by what's happening with Aberrat and that.
Yeah, and then there's Finestorm.
Finestorm doesn't even bleed. There's no blood.
I used one of my own claws.
Just slashes across and it opens up and there is no blood.
I'm gonna go. He's died like 2 times since he joined us, so it's a little complicated.
So what exactly are we looking for, actually? If
We
it
were
doesn't matter,
making
if
sure
they don't have
nobody's a
blood.
clone.
Oh, you're not familiar with this process, Eula
No.
begins to say. Okay, so now that we're all proven to be us, the changers who infiltrate our groups, they don't bleed red. They bleed a white, creamy substance. It's currently the only way we have to tell what they are. They can take the shape and form of anyone perfectly. But if you bleed that substance, you're a changer, so you can't be trusted and immediately destroyed and killed.
Okay.
Or interrogated, although none of them have
So-
actually admitted to that yet.
Alrighty. Well, this is regular red bloods, though.
Yeah, that's why we're good.
And then I just kind of finger guns awkwardly at end of speech.
Finger guns awkwardly, and the drop of blood from your thumb just flies off and lands on the table. Yeah, we can see
Does
that.
it land on the piece of paper that Abrat has put on the table?
You know what? Let's put a 100% chance of trying to do that and roll. Almost. It lands right next to it with a 3%.
Cool.
Abrat
Oh, yeah.
just kind of shifts the paper very slightly so that if another one were to fall off, it'd land in the same spot. It'd land on the paper.
You shift it?
And just
You shift it. Yeah, fine, Storm. You have a ridiculously high passive perception.
Yes.
The top of that blood is
So do I.
high enough to touch the paper. And as he shifts
Yeah.
it, it touches the paper.
Hmm,
You don't see what
neat.
happens. You just know that the blood has touched the paper now.
Oh yeah,
2
speaking of the
down.
whole not blood thing there, Firestorm, how are we gonna... And I tap the invitation. Are you gonna...
I don't know.
Are you just
I
gonna
can't.
fly around while we...
I've been on the island.
Is it the
before.
thought that counts?
And you were able to leave. Did you notice anything difficult about leaving?
Oh yes, it's there.
So
I think anyone else probably couldn't have.
at least we know you can leave.
Well, at least
There's
we
a
know I did it
possibility.
once. Don't
Yes.
know if we can do it again.
What you hear, Finestorm, in your
Well,
head
I
is, "You're welcome."
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you could do it once, there's a chance you can do it again. How hard it is, aside. But also, if I get to the tree, I don't think it would be a problem anyway.
Yeah, if we can kill the Lich, I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Well, I think we're Ninth speaking with this weird frost coming out of his mouth as usual. I think we're at a point where I can leave. Repairs are going well. I'm gonna oversee most of those. Well, at least most of my crews will. I'm gonna be hunting the Goliath, though, in the nice, lovely little ship that Lars has just given me, now that I can travel around a lot easier. Once I, find them, Finestorm, I understand you might want a little, action in that, too.
Always.
I'll be sure to send word your way, but, if we act before you get there...
It is what
you're
it is.
lost.
Yep.
Big ship, though. According to Bjorn, who designed and made it, it's got roughly a crew of 700 to 800. So, yeah, that's going to be a fun one.
Be careful.
Oh, careful's my middle name, he says while he's leaving. In laws, it's definitely not. It's actually Emlyn. Name's Emlyn Spade.
Spayed and neutered.
I don't know if he's neutered, but he might want to. He's a pretty cold guy. Chill, you might say.
Chill. Stay frosty.
I heard that. Lost starts
I know.
laughing. I'm gonna leave as well. You all have a very safe travel and good luck with the lich.
Thank you. Make sure everyone knows plan is. Well, what plan Z is. We'll let you know as soon as we're done.
We'll pass the word. Don't worry, Andrea. You take care of what you can, and we'll take care of the rest.
World War Z.
All right.
We actually need to head out as well. We have a long flight ahead of us. And the Shallows are donating a few of the Royal Guard for a while to aid in the possible retreat from Pilsa as well. They've been at siege for a few weeks. Likelihood is if Saludi had an assault like that, then Pilsa's probably too.
Both of you, be safe. Stay alive. Please. Need you both.
Nemla does a little salute and starts leaving. Remember, you're the one who's died more than me. And
So far.
Eula,
And I give him a wink.
he gives you a cheeky side smile. Eula gets up on her tippy toes, gives you a kiss. I'm like, don't you fucking die again.
Can't promise you that. But I'll see you around. Love you, kid.
She just glares at you as she starts leaving. As she turns around the corner, you hear, love you too.
All right. Lady and gentlemen. Are we ready?
Hey,
Gentlemen, fungi, and undead.
Captain Kustra, who's been there the whole time but very quiet. Like, I'm a lady too. Thanks.
Ladies. Ladies.
Abrad's gonna point down at the piece of paper.
Oh,
Shit.
Sign it.
does that mean our
I mean,
whole
I
crew
can't.
too?
I think so. Wait until we get on the ship. Me and Jarvis are gonna run to that guy's shop. Pick up a couple extra things. We'll meet you on the boat. All right?
Sounds like a plan.
As you pull the piece of paper from the table, Abarat, fine store. Well, you would all realize that blood drop, it's gone. There's no trace of blood ever having been on the table.
Riley has signed.
Boop, boop, boop.
Okay, so I don't need to like smudge it again. This all good?
You don't know. When you flip the piece of paper around, Abrat, there's no sign of any blood being on it.
Oh, Abrad doesn't even bother looking. He just puts it back in his,
Then the people
Or
with
as
high enough
he's-
passive perceptions, they see that.
yeah.
I don't say anything. I'm walking out with Jarvis.
All right, real
Going to
quick,
the boat.
so we can
Mm-hmm.
do that
on.
stuff before going to break and then coming to the boat stuff. What are you two looking for from Alistair?
He needed that, whatever
Sling
it
of
was.
warning?
A warning? Yeah, a couple of those. And I actually don't think I have any. Yes, okay. What I'm going to do is ask him if there is any musical instruments that he has. Musical instrument, magic musical instrument. Excuse me.
Magic. Oh, yeah, totally. You kidding? We love to party it up over here and have music to our stories. I've got so many. What are you looking for? ones that do little ghost figures that help tell the story, ones that enthrall people, make them dance, make them pay attention only you.
Things that bards can use, you know,
That would be
magic
all of them.
inspiration.
What's a bard? I'm just kidding. Bards as in the bards can use any instrument. Keep in mind.
Oh yeah.
He has no idea what
There's
a
no
bard
school
is.
of bards
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
no school of bards. Okay. I'm gonna turn to Jardis real quick. She uses a lyre and what else? What's that little flute fucking thing she's got?
I've got a lyre,
Birdpipe?
bagpipes, and a thalar.
Wow.
I say all three of those.
Hey, I got those.
Okay, what do they do?
What are you looking for?
Bring them out, and what do they do?
If you do that, he
Into
will
the
spend the
bird
next
pipe of,
2 to 3 hours going
my thing?
through instruments of those kinds and describing to you certain aspects of what they do. What are you looking for? He's got a lot of everything.
Okay, I'm looking for stuff that's gonna boost her charisma, her I get like real
Oh.
meta.
Oh, well, so for stat-wise, you won't find that.
Okay.
Because those, when you do ask about that, he does show you a book of leadership that he says will help boost the charisma. However, its price is roughly about 600,000 gold to purchase. It's not cheap. Boosting charisma settings and things like that, not cheap. The most basic thing you can find is worth roughly about 750, and it just gives her a +1 to her spell DC. No,
What's the
spell-
most
not spell DC.
powerful?
That's attacks, spell attacks, and spell damage. It gives her a +1. If you want to increase the spell DC, you're looking at around 5,000 gold at least.
What are the most powerful of those three instruments? This guy.
They're all. Any of the instruments are going to be fairly equal level on things for the most powerful and efficient. What's your price range? Because that's going to depend on that too.
Well, I have 3,000 platinum, 7,000 gold.
Okay. For that, he can sell you an item for the 3,000 platinum. Full price of that. He can sell you a lyre, which will inflict disadvantage on 3 chosen spell saving throws that she inflicts on people. So if she casts a spell that does that invokes a spell saving throw, it'll be disadvantage for them if she chooses to use one of the slots. It's pretty damn powerful. Aside from that, increasing the spell DC or the DC level would be the next best thing.
Jardis, disadvantage or make it easier for her to do damage?
And harder for them to succeed in saving throws.
Yes, harder for them to resist.
I think adding the debuff of the resistance to saving throws, I think.
She didn't happen to buy any new instruments while she was up, did she? I'm not just buying her a second new instrument right now, am I?
Dartis shrugs.
Because we need this. We need something to help us. And
Question for
she
the
is slightly
DM.
unaware. Go ahead.
Answer.
How likely are we to ever find what is called the DOS lute? Seems
my
like
gosh,
the
let me look it
superior
up.
of all instruments.
Das Lute, instrument of the bards. Das
It
Lute.
says 7 types of these instruments exist, each named after a legendary bard college.
This is a wondrous item of Veres. So these would be incredibly fucking expensive. Because they are wondrous and
Sick.
one-of-a-kind items. Super expensive. You would not find one here. mainly because there are no colleges of bards. The best places you can find big items of this kind would be Quela, Iridai, Primarose, the other continents, other than Andrea itself. You might find some luck with Jeth. There's always the strange chance that he might have something. He's...
I have a charge in my ring left?
It charges at the
Is that
beginning of each day, yeah. But
Okay.
keep in mind, for the gone with the group, with a Chalice is a deviation tour that they're not willing to take right now.
Yeah. But he has information networks elsewhere, right? He might be able to...
He has informants and locations elsewhere, yes. Going to Isnari, he's not going to have any there. No one's allowed to Isnari. Except for Parker.
I don't know. I just feel like we need a loot quest after this Usanari business. We need some cool
A
items.
loot quest. Jeth would be a good bet for that, though.
Right.
These things are crazy.
So is the disadvantage one just on attack rolls, or is it just disadvantage for...
No,
ability checks?
it's disadvantage on their spell saving throws.
On
So
their
if she
spell
does like a
saving
charm
throws. Got
person,
you.
they're rolling at disadvantage. And it's only 3 charges. If it was
Oh,
every
so
single
it's-
one,
Okay.
if it was every single one, you're looking at a price of at least 500,000 gold. Because that's
Okay.
damn good.
So it's only for... Is it for everyone's spell? Like, if I attacked after...
No,
it's
just
just
hers.
for stuff
Only
she-
hers.
Okay.
Spells cast using the instrument, she can inflict disadvantage on 3 times per day.
Ooh. I kind of like that.
Each charge is worth 10,000.
And they recharge, right? Yes.
They recharge,
Correct?
yep. Dawn every day.
Okay.
No, well, not dawn. Long rest. I find it easier for that.
Well, we'll be getting paid soon anyway, so fuck it. This is really gonna help us out later. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll give you 2,750 platinum. Right? It was 3,000 platinum. Was what the price was?
2,750.
Yes.
Give me a persuasion check. Jartis, is there anything you want to do to
I'll
aid
cast
him in his
guidance.
There you go.
Guidance is that a D4?
That's a D4, yeah.
Oh
So
wait,
give
no.
me
What is he trying to
a
do right now?
persuasion check.
Persuasion check. It's a saving throw. No, that's a ability check.
It would be guidance. It would be guidance.
I just don't want to cast the wrong spell. Because resistance is a good one to have. That should
So
be a
my
guidance.
persuasion is -1. I rolled a nat 20 to a total of 19. With guidance was a +2, so I'm back up to 21.
Oh wow, that was an emotional roller coaster
Holy,
right
yes.
there. Oh, I was
he-
like -1. Oh, 20. Oh no. Oh yes.
Looks at the liar
That was
that
great.
you're getting in. I've had it on the shelf for a while. Yeah, I can give it to you for that much.
Okay. Good thing we have a employer with deep pockets, guys.
That you still don't know comes from your homeland, which is hilarious.
Do you happen to have any expensive dragon statuettes you would be willing to part with? Something carryable.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna give that percentile time. Percentile!
Ooh.
Nah.
Darn.
Yeah, they're we thought they were myths for the longest time. The one that's flying around recently, he's the first one we've actually ever seen. So
Do you know any local artists who might be
no.
fascinated? Oh, shit.
No, we do other stuff. Sorry, little buddy.
I'm gonna stand there for a second, try to figure out like where to put this leer, and I'm gonna take off my halberd, put it like underneath where my halberd magnetically attaches, or well, what am I trying to say? Anyway, and I just like let go of my halberd, and the halberd like holds it in place against my back.
The halberd falls on the ground. Ching, 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 ching. And the strangely enough, the little loot and lyre thing, that stays on your back.
Oh, only one spot. All right, cool. I go clink to the front of my chest with.
In only one spot too.
I'm gonna look down at it, and I'm just gonna grab it and go, brass knuckles, you asshole, and hope that it changes in a shape like brass knuckles.
Whoa!
And
I want
I
one.
go, spiky brass knuckles, and then there's spikes on the end.
I really want one. Where do I get? How do I do it?
Die like 14 times, I say, and I just slide it in my belt. Jardis, you got the things?
How do I do that? That's a thought.
How many of those things are you getting, anyway?
Oh yeah, how many slings are you getting?
I'll get 3. 'Cause
Three.
You just have to hold the sling in order. You don't have to use it to get the benefit.
Cool. You just have to hold it in one of your hands. It does mean that for like your Londriel, you wouldn't be able to use your halberd with 2 hands if you're holding this in the one hand. Unless we
So it'd be
work out-
like if you're sleeping.
yeah,
to
yeah,
have it
like
in
if
your
you're
hand
sleeping,
before
just
you go to bed.
cuddle it like a teddy bear.
All right.
And so
I
for
don't know, how
you,
much are these?
for you, Jartis, when you ask about them, he says, "Oh yeah, Emlar came by and told me that I should cut you a special deal on these because reasons. He pulled a. I owe him so much in many ways, so I can give these to you for base cost of 100 each."
Would you be willing to sell me 2 more for a total of 5?
Yeah, but those ones got to be at full price,
How much is the full price?
200 each.
Okay. So for a total of 700?
700, yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
You've got yourself a deal, sir.
Awesome. Now I only need to make 2 more. Well, technically 5 more. I do like having 3 spare.
So I will give him 70 platinum.
He gives off a massive yawn. Well, he's still holding this steaming cup of brown liquid inside his mug. And, oh, can I eat my breakfast? You guys good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
It's super early.
And you just got paid a whole lot of money.
Oh yeah, worth getting up. Actually, I'm drinking
Hey.
coffee now. I shouldn't go to bed.
If you have a goat-sized piece of armor, mine happened to got eaten up, but I guess I'll make my way out.
Goat-sized piece of what?
Armor! Yes, I do need a goat-sized piece of armor. Thank you for asking.
I look down and I'm like, you've been fucking naked this whole time? Jesus.
I've been wearing light traveler's clothes. Poor boy.
I've got
He needs-
children's size.
I-
It can be refitted to you easily enough.
I put a hand on his shoulder and I say, he needs clothes that will. And then get
Royal
swallowed.
goat body.
He's a giant scorpion half the time that he's conscious.
Yeah, yeah.
Something
yeah.
that doesn't break when I use it.
You know what's funny? We usually only make those in child size. It's a long cultural story that I won't get into.
Well, I mean,
But-
technically, he only needs a shirt. I mean, he is hairy from the waist
But
down.
well,
He can
look
just
what I'm
Pooh Bear
wearing.
it.
Look what I'm
I
wearing.
am only 4'11".
I've had this since I was a child. It's just regrown with us. We only make one set of clothes and it just keeps going with us ever since we grew up. It's just clothes, though. It's not armor, but I can get you a set.
Okay.
It's just 50 gold.
Can do.
Awesome.
Slap over the platinum.
Pass over 5 platinum and he gets you a child's suit of clothes. They are a bit small at first, but they do quickly reshape to take the form of your body. which is going to be very interesting when you shape into a creature. I'm very excited for that.
I'll just be a giant scorpion with a Metallica t-shirt on.
Pretty much.
With an extra large Metallica t-shirt.
A giant
Some
scorpion
giant wife
with a
beater.
shirt that says, "My friends went to Zarthor and all they brought me was this lousy shirt."
Yep, exactly.
+1 AC.
Plus
All right,
one
we head
AC.
back to the ship.
Go to the ship. Engines are throttled. That slight whoop, 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 starts up as the ship lifts out of its area. You see quite a few people looking up. It's kind of like that scene from the Millennium Falcon lifting up out of the Dagobah, not the Dagobah, the Tatooine port.
Tatooine.
Yeah, Tatooine port going away and people turning around and looking. As you all start to sail northeastwards towards Usnari.
I'm
It is
about to
going
take
to
a base
be-
of maneuvers.
It's going to be
List to the left. Anyway.
just over 2.5 days for you to get there. It is much quicker and much faster. This is to the actual main city itself, inside, inland, towards the center of the island. Which,
All right.
if you did by sea, would have taken you 5 days just to get to the shore. So flying ship has cut your time massively. But we're going to go on break because we're a little over, but I wanted to get us into the air at that point. For now, enjoy your 10 to 15er.
It's go!
It's kind of, loosey-goosey with that, but it is usually between 10 and 15. Second time you see Michael is usually when we come back. No, fine storm. A different one. Anyway, we'll be back, everyone. See you in a bit.
Bye.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold. And breathe all over it. I need a dex saving throw.
It'll be like a family outing. We'll be giving mom and dad piggy banks.
fun. And then I need people to remember me after I die.
I will always remember you after you die. But I hope you don't die.
Like, almost like you could reach out and touch your own echoed self.
Reach out and touch self. Do I see all this going on?
I regularly do.
You do.
Okay.
I like getting into things.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Consent is
always important.
Agreed.
You're next. We have more for later. This is for the innkeeper. He needs to get turned too.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing?
No, straight
that
forward.
way.
Straightforward.
Straight forward.
Straight forward. Straight forward. Now left. Now
Now
left.
go to the left. Yeah.
Now
Right
straight
there.
forward. Right in
Yeah.
that nook.
Yeah.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go! Good Christ! What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball.
that
I think that's what that is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's
Nope.
green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like
no.
This is dental hour.
Yeah.
Laugh love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
where he's like,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said
this
it.
down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off, unplug your nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The Queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her.
Oh my god.
And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Night Bane, where we see who dies this week.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold. And breathe all over it. I need a dex saving throw.
It'll be like a family outing. We'll be giving mom and dad
Yeah,
piggyback
Shane,
rides.
it'll be fun.
And then I need people to remember me after I die.
I will always remember you after you die. But I hope you don't die.
Like, almost like you could reach out and touch your own echoed self.
Reach out and touch self. Do I see all this going on?
I regularly do.
You do.
Okay.
I like getting into things.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next. We have more for later. This is for the innkeeper. He needs to get turned too.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Shame. He deserves it.
What are you doing?
No,
Go that way.
Straightforward.
Straightforward.
Straightforward. Now left. Now
Now
left.
go to the left. Yeah.
Now
Right there.
straightforward. Right in that nook.
Yeah.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go! Good Christ! What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I
you
think
have
that's
to
what that is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's
Nope.
green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Wow, Ben, you appeared in between the moments of me saying, we're going to go back, and me hitting the back button, so now I just now see. Hi. Everyone has launched. So the ship is in the air and beginning to travel through. Some of you, this is a very new experience. Probably only really for Yolondriel. This wouldn't be new. Flying. Yolondriel's flown by himself before in the air, but the rest of you, no. The ground begins to sink and disappear farther and farther away from the bottom of this vessel. Soon you start to see the wisps of the clouds start to whip around. The air feels fine and normal. It starts to get a little bit colder and nippier, and the wind starts to pick up more aggressively. But despite where the wind's coming from, the vessel pierces through the air very cleanly in the direction it wants to go without being affected. The whole time, Captain Kustridge is smiling at the helm while everyone else sometimes bosses around. With the crew, there is one big difference that you see amongst people here. First off, a ballista typically takes at least 3 people to man it, to correctly make sure that it is going off every 6 seconds or so. There's only 27 crew member, including the captain on this ship. But there are 12 ballistas. That would be 36 people to require. While the ship itself doesn't take that many people to man it, in order to be at full war capability, it takes a lot more people. This ship is very easy to sail, very easy to man and keep going. And currently, where you're at, you're stocked for maybe about 3 months of food without needing to dock. But if you had a full war capacity, you're down to a month of food before you have to dock. If you're at full capacity, the maximum, you can only have enough supplies for maybe a week. Currently, Finestorm only has enough crew for this ship for minimum crewing. You have 2 and most of a 3rd day of travel in the air. For the first day, what are you all doing?
Yep. Oh, fuck it. Might as well. I'm gonna grab the other spellcasters of the Aberrat and Jardis, and then we're gonna find Relly. And as I toss you your Relly, I say, "All right, it's a lute, right?"
It's a lyre. That's
Lyre.
one of the instruments you can play, right? Lyre?
Lyre.
Lyre.
However
you pronounce it. For you, Relly, this is a very beautiful instrument. It's very well crafted, very well carved. Everything is perfectly spaced where it should be. It must have been a master of the craft who made this instrument. It's gorgeous. Absolutely magnificent purple inlay of this intricate design and paintings throughout. On this very thick, a little heavier than normal wood. This feels unique and special compared to everything else that you've ever touched. There's more to it than what your eyes are just telling you.
Okay.
It's
As I threw
gorgeous.
it to you, I said, "All right, Relly, it's time you figure this shit out. I don't know enough about arcane magic, boys, so hopefully it does. We're gonna figure out your spell casting. So, really, use that instrument and cast a spell on me
Right now?
right now.
Give us a minute to get acquainted first, why don't you? And so I'm just like talking to and examining the instrument for a sec, just testing the strings.
I'm gonna lean over to the other two. You guys know stuff about this, right?
Oh, we might know enough to help.
Sounds
gonna
pretty
look at this.
magical in its own right. Some would say.
All right, well, let's figure this out. And we wait for her to get acquainted.
Okay. So just for kicks and grins, I shall attempt to cast Fast Friends on the 4th level on Yolandriel. When you need to make sure something gets done, you can't rely on vague promises, sworn oaths, or binding contracts of employment. When you cast the spell, choose one humanoid within range that can hear you and can understand you. The creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for the duration. While the creature is charmed in this way, it undertakes to perform any services or activities you ask of it in a friendly manner to the best of its ability. So I'll do that.
Okay, so to get acquainted with it, this is an instrument that is going to require attunement to be able to use its features and its abilities. To attune to an item, you need to spend at least 2 hours playing around, fiddling with it, and attuning to it. Which they said they wait
what is
for you.
the name of this item?
Remember, it doesn't exist yet. I need to create it in D&D Beyond and give it to you.
Okay.
While she's spending those 2 hours.
Which, by the way, is accompanied with just exquisite and beautiful music. For you, Relly, it doesn't even need any tuning. It is on tune perfectly.
The 3 of us are just explaining to her what the fuck spellcasting is, and what it's like, at least to us, walking her through.
I do
the
have a
process
feeling
and the concepts.
she's
those
getting
types of things.
3 completely different magical concepts.
I actually would really enjoy hearing this explanation from the 3 of you. So please, go for it.
Alright,
Well, we've
Abrat
got
will
these-
start.
Hang on. Yeah, you go. I'm going to try to
find some Lear music.
It's not Lear music, but it's called Bard's theme, so it's appropriate.
Nice.
God, I have a full playlist up.
Oh yeah, you post that inside the Discord, so people will know actually what's
It
being
bangs. Good music.
played.
It bangs.
But go for it, Jartis. Or Abrat, sorry.
Abrat is going to step forward and explain to Relly the connection between death, decay, and nature, and how the magic that is there can be grasped by anyone who has the gift to grasp it. Specifically laying into the decay and the whole aspect of how death is a natural thing, so causing death for the sake of rebirth and regrowth in nature is a very natural course to go through, and trying to make the connections between all of that and how he uses the whole flow of it to cast his magic, which is partially correct, the other part being that it is pretty natural for him. He is not going to mention at all how he does the dark stuff.
I'm gonna say, well, yes, death and decay is one way of doing it. Jartis, it's your way.
They death and decay is not my way, but Have we thought of a good identify? Sorry, I was deep in my spell book for a second and lost track of where I was at there.
Okay, I'm gonna say, okay, explain what magic is to you and how you use it. Try and express to her the best way.
Magic
You think.
is a huge conundrum consistently. No matter how much you use it, it will continually astound and it will confuse your understanding of reality because there's as many rules in magic as there are in any other fighting. So I would just try and understand as many of the various terrain-based modifiers that you're trying to do. But your bard magic shouldn't be too complicated. I just think magic comes from a place of understanding, and that is what you should try to have.
Ah, yes. Good advice for both of you. I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna and I'm gonna say, all right, listen. So I don't know a lot about arcane magic. What I can tell you is something that you feel inside of you. And I saw the way your face looked when you touched the lyre, so you can feel it in there too. So just focus on that. The rest will come with practice and time, but just focus on it. It's there in you, and it's just as much a part of you as the divine magic is part of me.
There is a sound of a ripping noise, and it's been roughly 2 hours at this point, with them explaining everything and getting through the details of it. But this ripping noise comes from the back of Aberrat, and this cloud starts to form in the rear end of it. These strange, long, extended claw arms wrap around Aberrat's shoulders. Its face appears in the back, very humanoid in shape and look. And it looks down at you. Of all the people to explain to you, Yolondriel's probably the most accurate for your sense.
First time I've ever heard that.
I'm sorry, what incarnation are you?
Hello. What is his name? I can never remember. Aberrat, what did I name?
I wrote it
Aberrat's
down
hump.
somewhere.
Don't you
I've
notice
written it
There's
down
always
somewhere.
Also, I have created the pseudo dragon, which Aberrat is hoping he might be able to possess.
Ooh.
I wrote it down somewhere. I wrote his name down somewhere. I know it.
He introduces himself and tells you his name and produces this
We'll
very
find it.
strange. We'll find it and give it to you in a moment. Thank you, Aberrat, for checking. But he produces this slow. When his hand comes out, it is very long and elongated fingers, and they do look to be made of almost entirely spores. But he does extend it out to you and offer a handshake. Your hand would probably encompass 2 of his fingers.
I just kind of look at Yolondriel before reaching out to shake this guy's hand. Like, is this safe? What's going on? All right. Pleasure to meet you. What are and
No, internet
on this?
spike. Internet spike.
Internet spike. We're gonna give Bradley's internet a second to catch up and say, hey, Discord, tree, socials, all those lovely things. Follow them.
Subscribe.
The next giveaway we're gonna be doing, we are gonna start doing when we hit 125 followers on Twitter. Because I have to beat Instagram.
Yeah.
So do 125 on Twitter, and we will do another giveaway of one of these beautiful, gorgeous, magnificent pins. on any of the streams. And I do already have another one planned and thought out, so we'll have another giveaway no matter what, but we'll do another one purposefully on this show. Screw you, Zelda. Instagram is better, actually. I like Instagram more, but I'm going to make it a competition between us. You know what? If we do it on yours as well, Zelda, on Instagram, 125, we'll do another giveaway as well. Almost at 100. For you, it's 150. For Twitter, it's 125. All right, Relly, has your internet recovered?
Okay, yes, I believe it has done.
Perfect.
So I'll just kind of like reach out my hand and say, pleasure to meet you. What exactly are you, and what input do you have? Like, what advice could you give me about this?
I am a recipient of a deal that I didn't make, but an ancestor did, and forced thusly into a situation where I am combined with Aberrat for a common goal. For further details, ask Aberrat.
Alright.
For I myself I used to be one of the counselors of the Andrean courts before its collapse. I died on the day of its collapse, in which point I was trapped into a sense of this, forced to only live and exist when combined to another entity. For magic, what I can tell you, I was very similar to you when I was alive. Ours is more a magic of our inner self, our belief in what we are capable of. As long as we are inspired by ourselves, we can help inspire others to do better in everything they do. Much of what you do is not actually magical. It's just who you are. But you do also have spells. And those, I believe, are the bits that you have the difficulty with right now, is understanding that spell and how to use it, or the fact that you even have it. You've been very inspiring from what I've seen in all combats. Looking at everyone and saying you're doing very well and playing some beautiful song for them. But for the spell-wise, it's only been by accident so far.
Alright.
For you, what you need to do is reach into that inspiration of yourself and feel what you could do for others. If you were evil, I would be telling you something different.
Would the premises not be the same?
No.
Alright, well, thank you for not offering me the malicious advice. I'll take it, what you have offered thus far. And I will try to do some spells.
Creeps back to the back end of Aberrat as this pseudo-dragon kind of pokes its head out from around the back. You hear this, it's not a lively sound, but it's more of a like something's got smoke inside its throat and is struggling to breathe. It crawls around his back and off and flutters down towards the table and sits. The tail wraps around, and this smokily visage of spores falls after it and just starts to seep in, and you see this perpetual form of spores around the pseudo-dragon. You still hear his voice.
Why don't you give it a try now?
As a
that
note,
liar should help.
As a note, the pseudo-dragon has a distinctly non-fleshy, flesh-like look to it due to the fact that it is also made of the same material that Aberrat is.
There is, for those of you, probably mainly for you, Finestorm, there is a disturbing resemblance between the pseudo-dragon and the unknown enemy that you've been fighting. Many of those clones look very similar to how the pseudo-dragon looks.
Fun.
I can't find the notebook that has his name in it.
We'll find his name and we'll post it. He does have a name, and if we can't find it, I'll just make another one up.
How I'll just ask Andrea.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I still don't know his name.
Yeah, no,
It's
exactly.
in my notes.
Do you know his weapon name?
This would be actually one of the ones that Andres does not know.
Okay.
He's never met him before.
So, so then I'll like turn to Yolandriel and say, all right, so do you still want me to do a spell on you, or do you want me to do it on this little dragon puppy thing?
Oh, do it to him.
Either
It'll be
way.
more fun.
Okay.
Either way.
So I cast level 4 fast friends, or at least I attempt to, on Yolandriel. Let's see.
Andrew, I need a wisdom saving throw.
A saving. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
saving throw.
Okay, that's
At
my best
disadvantage.
one. Oh, at disadvantage.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because of the item that you bought for Ellie. It'll be-
Doesn't matter. I rolled dice. It's 11, 26.
26?
Wisdom saving throw. Yes.
Yeah, that passes. Your spell DC is only 18.
I go. Try it again. Come on. I'm a little bit. Okay, I stop
Maybe
it for
a
a second. I say
satyr this time.
yes. I go. Wait a minute.
Pseudo Dragon's head creeps around and looks at you, Jartis, which is kind of a creep because it's almost a 160-degree angle change of a head.
I look at the pseudo dragon and I go, does she have any spells that aren't based off of the thing I'm very good at? I look directly into the camera and I go, my wisdom saving throws. I turn back to the pseudo dragon.
No, it looks like all of my spells are wisdom based.
I go, yeah, know what? Go ahead. Hit. I was a bad pick. It's my fault.
Darthul.
Oh. Darthul. That's his name, Darthul.
How many
I
users?
did write it down.
What?
It's
What is the spell?
Darthoul. I wrote it
D-A-R-T-H.
down.
A-O-U-L?
O-U-L.
No, just O-U-L. I wrote it down digitally.
There is actually something when you say that, it takes him a moment, but Darthul will look forward and look at you, Rollins.
Try imagining Yolandriel for a second in a cage.
Okay. Done.
Now, use your lyre and try to make him in one. And be fully confident, because that's how it works, remember. Believe he's in it.
Okay, but as Tangerine, I don't have something that does that.
Force Cage, level 7 spell. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. It's not listed fully, but you do.
Oh, okay. Then
Yep.
sure. I shall picture Yolandriel in a cage, and
Yolandriel,
I shall play
Mhm.
a song.
that is a charisma saving throw at disadvantage.
Advantage, much better. Much better. And good thing it's at disadvantage because 20. But the other one comes out to 12.
12, that is a fail. Okay, cool. Shape, yep, okay. He's trapped. For a moment, it looks like nothing happened.
I look around. And I'm gonna go, alright, let's see. And I'm just gonna walk full face forward.
Almost instantaneously,
Pink.
you slam right into a wall. That's not even there.
Yep. Good job. And then I start doing the mime.
And while you touch around, you actually feel walls all around you. You are in a cage and stuck in it.
I go, this will be very useful, actually. Do you realize how useful? Like, I mean, truly.
I mean, I can see it coming in handy during a bout of fisticuffs, but that I don't know if I necessarily see the potential that you do in it, but whatever works.
Well, hold on, let's try something. Abrat, can you hit me through?
Abrat will attempt to slap your laundreel.
Your hand gets blocked from the outside. You slap the wall.
Well, it'd be good for interrogating, maybe.
Or holding you while you're a werewolf that can't control yourself.
Yes.
Good idea.
Oh, that is a very
coming
good
up in
idea.
Millhouse.
So then how would I make it go away?
Well, that's the fun thing about this one. You don't. It lasts
Shit.
for an hour. You're stuck.
Oh, that's all right.
I think this is hilarious.
Well, that's fine, because you've got another hour to fuck up the two druids next to me. I say, look, boys, like, good luck. I'll be in this box. And then I sit with my legs crossed. Again, I say to Relly, and we continue to do the train her shits.
Yeah,
couple of days.
This spell lasts an hour long.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a material component to it, of which is going to be ignored for this purposes, for the fun of it, because we're not actually doing this for real things. It's for the rule of cool. We are ignoring that. Although you do have 1,500 gold worth of ruby dust currently, funny enough, on Jartis, I think. So that's how much it would cost to do the spell. It is a level 7 spell. Nothing can pass through it, and nothing can get away from it, including spells.
Ooh, that's very effective.
Yeah, it's really, really useful.
Okay, so ask me a question. If she used it on someone that had a, let's say, an area of effect spell on,
it would trap that area of effect inside
trap the
that
area of effect. What a spell, boys.
It would have to be centered on that person. So if the
On
area
that
of
person.
effect spell is on the ground, you would be relying on that person being in that area.
On top of it.
On top of it.
Gotcha.
On top of the center of where the spell was cast.
But if they had some
Otherwise,
sort
it
of
would
like
be diffused in that one spot where they are. Because nothing can pass through the barrier. No spells.
Well, that will really help us if he's got some sort of like anti-Twilight Sanctuary, where instead of giving temp hit points, he takes hit points. If there's a spell like that, that's very, very useful.
Yeah, just keep in mind, as they cannot harm you, you cannot harm
cannot.
them either.
Yep. Anyway. Yep, that is what we do.
Okay.
Days. Anybody else got any? Oh, actually, I'm gonna get a hold of Callus, and I'm gonna ask him if their library has a bard spellbook in it. Like a physical spellbook that she does not have.
It's stupid, but Marcus's words on bards are... they're useless. What's the point in the arts?
Any way of getting a hold of one?
Maybe?
All right.
Using another spell slot, you say. You can do that.
This is on the second day. Actually, no. Actually, it's while I'm in this box.
But yeah,
so it's the
no
first
spell
day.
can get
first
through.
day. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Shit.
you
Okay.
can't. You literally can't do
never mind.
anything in that box.
Then after it's done,
Unfortunately.
we'll just say I use as many spells. to get through this conversation.
Oh, you've got plenty of days as well,
Yeah,
and I
exactly.
don't think there are going to be any interruptions. Hang on, let me just
double check that while I continue to talk. Oh God. Anyway, I'm going to use one more, and I'm just going to say, all right, we'll look into it. You guys are huge library, so just let me know. I'm also going to fill him in on some of the information.
Okay.
What we are doing, so they are up to date. Tell them about the delay in our plan originally. I last talked to them.
The news that Lady Galani and you're going after the last tree, that would spark the memory that those are the last pieces of Marcus. As soon as you gather those, you can bring them back, and especially if you get that soul stone, that's all the Mathona needs to be able to purify the soul and give it back to Marcus, so he can be whole.
I think it was last week, the week before, I talked to one of them.
You talked to one of
telling them.
Not Callus. Callus is still unaware of this.
That's true.
Yeah, so this is news to him, and he's excited to pass it on, but very quickly like, oh, well, okay, I guess he already knows.
I was just pretty much telling them that way they know that we're a day behind, pretty much.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm just doing what I said I was doing. He felt helping out. Maybe even like I grab some scraps of paper and ask the boys, Jardis and Aberrat, like, do you guys know bard spells? Because I can just write them down like on a piece of paper. That way, at least she's got a fucking list. You know what I mean? No?
I don't think
No?
I do.
Well, she is shit out of luck. And that's the end of that conversation.
So, if you're doing... Okay, that's the first day. That will take up most of the first days doing all that. Fine, Storm.
Yep.
We're going to hop over to you for a bit.
Do it.
Okay.
For yourself, getting to know the feel of the ship and how to operate it, and what the symbiosis of yourself, the ship, and Andres feels like. It doesn't take too long to do. It'll probably take the course of the first day and how it is, where at some point all of you might feel a small little like feeling of pressure suddenly on your bodies, popping almost. Then nothing happens after that. Spatial shifting. Spatial shifting has a feel on the people. And it goes on with it, and you can spatial shift the entire ship and its crew up to 300 feet.
300?
Not listed on your feet. I didn't list that on purpose. But you can go up to 300 feet with your ship. By yourself, it is what's listed.
Okay. That's interesting.
It's an increase for...
Is it anything else? Increase?
No.
I'll play with them all.
Playing with them all, it's only really the spatial shift that is special. The thing that Andres does himself. That is different. There seems to be a peculiar... For you, you wouldn't understand exactly what's going on here. Like it would be difficult for Andres to explain to you and difficult for you to understand. You don't have the proficiencies and the right skills. But in essence, he's stronger with his capabilities of what he can give you when you are fulfilling parts of the contract.
Okay.
Part of the contract being an admiral, and part of being an admiral having this flagship that you whatever ship you're on. Connecting to the ship gives him more power. But you have to remain connected that whole time. You can't move around. Your movement's 0 while you're connected this way. You're only limited to certain capabilities while you're connected, but you give so much to the ship and to the crew and grant them a lot of abilities, like your passive for the trace. You can use that while you're connected and grant that on everyone on the boat. Your darkness, you can use that while you're connected and grant the same benefits to everyone on the boat. as long as you are connected before you use it.
Okay.
So a lot of benefits and a lot of strengths. But it does,
Can
however,
I?
push you back yourself, but it gives your crew a lot.
But it doesn't. Okay, so if I do darkness, I'm trying to understand how this converts. Darkness is only 10 feet around me.
It'd be 10 feet around the boat.
So that actually makes it huge.
It's huge. Yeah, it makes it huge.
Okay. So, using my illusion cantrip key, can I make a duplicate of the boat?
Read the effect off to us, if you don't mind.
Let me find it. Minor illusion. You create the sound or image of an object within range that lasts for the duration.
Oh.
The illusion also ends if you dismiss it as an action or cast the spell again.
So, minor illusion cannot move. You can't move it. You would be making a duplicate of yourself that is still and stuck in that spot. Major image is an image that you could use your actions, a spell that you could use your actions to move. If you did that through the boat, yeah, it would be very easy to do, but if you were connected to the boat and you did minor illusion, you could make a duplicate of it, but it would be very easy for people to see through it, because it is completely still.
But it can be done.
But it can be done. It can be done. Yeah.
That's what I want.
Okay. It would be kind of like if you used it directly on yourself, you would keep moving, but that image of yourself would stay still, completely still in the air, as the ship kept moving forward through it.
Okay. It is a cantrip, so wouldn't expect much, but I mean, that's all I'm really doing is figuring out the ship and everything I can do with it and how to fly it.
You, when you're connected at first, you almost instinctively go for the steering wheel. But you get in your head we don't need something as trivial as that. Just stand wherever you want and we'll make it go where we desire. I do advise still being able to see everything, though. As much as I would enjoy just randomly crashing into the sea, I don't think it serves our purpose that well.
So, with the captain on deck beside me, I'm going to tell the captain, of course, I'm informing the captain on everything before I do everything, before I do the darkness, before I do the pass without a trace.
You, for the rest of you would hear randomly called out, "Tether up!" or "Watch out!" Like random little calls coming from Kustra. But every time you tell her something, she declares out to the crew, gets them ready, and whenever she says tether up, they're all undoing this band of rope around their waist, tied to a special belt constructed into their uniform, and they literally tether up to a piece of the boat. In these specific spots, you see them run around, get to a specific spot, and then tether up.
Okay.
But yeah, every time you do, she is just fascinated this whole time standing next to you and like, "Oh, please, what have you got next? I'm loving this."
Okay. Fly as straight as you can. Don't change course.
All right. I've got us up a navy.
So I'll point straight, and then I'll just shift my arm slightly to the left and point to the left and command the ship to go left.
The shift begins to tilt leftwards, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. What's going on?
Then I'll point back to the center, and then I'll
Start
point over to the right.
veering to the right again. Okay. She's now
I
eyes
release.
fixated on the compass, keeping track of things. Release and steers back, pointing northeastward. And I like having you on board. That's nice. Can you do that metally thing like what Jolra did?
Can I?
No, you can't.
Well, that was Ironside.
That was Ironside, yeah.
Or Ironhide, or whatever that other sword was.
I think Ironhide, because I think Ironside is a Decepticon, and we can't do that TM. Trademarked.
I'd have to go through my notes to find it, but yeah. No, that was her sword. Anyway.
That's a pity. All of you make wisdom saving throws. Actually, no. Shoot. Yolondriel, not you. You're in a fucking cube right now. During this... Oh, no. During this point, you wouldn't be. You're fine. So everyone make wisdom saving throws.
18.
18? Okay.
29.
29?
Damn.
24. I rolled a 19 on the die, and I have a plus 10.
Yolondriel, what was yours?
Yeah, that plus 10 wisdom.
28.
28, 29, 24, 18. What the fuck? Fine story.
We're a surprisingly wise group.
10?
10? Okay.
Oof.
Jartis, Abrat, and Yolondriel. Let me do a little bit of a shift. For the three of you, there is a moment of pressure on yourself. Not the same kind of popping outwards pressure of you going in higher in altitude or anything that's been happening throughout the course of the day. It's more of this overpowering something's over you pressure, and then it vanishes as you just push away lightly at it. For Relly, you don't feel anything. You're too focused on what you're doing and what's going on, you don't realize what happened. Fine Storm, you feel a small little twinge and twitch. The big thing that really keys you off is your alertness is really speaking towards you right now. It's really kicking in. Give me a perception check.
Not passive, I take it.
Not passive. If I ever ask for one, I want the dice rolled. Your passive is what's guaranteeing that you have this. Do you normally have advantage?
It's situational. So no, normally no.
Given the fact that you failed, there's just a straight roll.
Oh.
That's bad. I rolled a 2, so that will make it a 17.
A 17? Okay. Now, it's easy to catch. It's just a matter of timing. With your passive perception, it would have taken you a few minutes to catch it and to see. But with the 17, it's a little sooner, it's quicker. About a minute after feeling that twinge, having this strange sensation of being watched. You look up, and you see what at first appears to be the sun, but a piece gets in the way of where the sun would be, and it's still there. An orb. Magical, in sense. Resting, slightly bobbing, and you can tell it's focused on you.
Eyes up! We got a visitor.
Kustra looks up and... I don't see anything.
I point out the orb.
That's the sun.
That's in front of the sun hiding.
You hear in your head, Finestorm,
She can't see it.
Okay. Trust me, it's there.
Alright, what are we
see it.
supposed to do? Like, what's it doing? Is it
Don't.
attacking? Should I call
It's
General
observing.
Quarters?
It's observing. We're being observed.
Well,
I don't know to what intent. I was
Guess
just
we
making
just
you
keep
aware.
an eye on it.
Yeah, I will.
Baneth! Get over here!
You might want to say yellow alert.
This human comes running up. And you would know that this is the first mate of Kustra, Baneth. He's like, yes, ma'am. Let the crew know, yellow alert. Something's watching us. Hi, ma'am. People start to jostle around even more, and for the rest of you who are still practicing some spells with Relly, someone pokes his head down and goes, just so you all know, we're on general yellow alert right now. Apparently, Fine Storm's seen something watching us. Some orb of some kind.
You guys felt that too, right?
Yes.
Well, let's go. Let's go up top. Come on, let's go.
Boogly.
And I head up.
I feel like... No, Abrat, Jartis, and Eulondriel. No, never mind. Yeah, you guys, you head up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You all head up, and you see very nervous-looking Kustra, who was looking at the sky, looking desperately for something that she is not seeing.
As I walk to Firestorm, I'm gonna idly go and look in that direction.
Abrat, there's something you would notice almost instantaneously about Firestorm. There is a very fine, rust-colored line coming around his boots, like vines coming out of his legs, molding into the woodwork of the boat.
When they come up. Yes, I linked to the ship. I will explain what I'm seeing.
There's another one. You see two of them now, Firestorm.
Now there's two.
The second one's
might
focused
have a problem.
around Relly.
Okay. I'll point that out. Is anybody else see this? Can anyone else see them?
Abrat will look.
You can't see it. There's nothing there.
Detect magic. Jartis. Or whoever.
That was my question. If I use detect magic on something that's not visible, would it even do anything?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, because you can sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you.
So you can certainly try.
And then you can focus on an area where there's more magic.
But it also says you can use your action to see a faint aura or any visible creature.
Give it a shot.
We'll at least be able to sense.
Try it.
It's going to be a 10-minute ritual.
10-minute ritual? Okay, Jartis begins to ritual cast, detect magic.
While he takes 10 minutes to do that, Abrat's just going to cast it.
Okay. There we go. Abrat. When you cast it, you see Jartis begin to mutter the ritual sentences of the spell, and you just cast it straight out. You look up in that general direction, and there are these two auras. You don't see exactly what Firestorm sees, which are just these blobs of white light. What you see are two auras just emanating in these two different spots, one around Firestorm and one around Relly. Give me an Arcana check. You're proficient in Arcana, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Pretty good at it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at it most days. 10.
10? Weird fucking auras, yo.
You might want to finish that ritual, Jartis, and take a look at these as well, because I'm getting just auras of something. But a second pair of eyes, keen in the ways of arcane, might be nice. You don't have detect magic, do you, Yolandriel?
No, but I have this, and I am going to point in the direction and have Aberrat adjust my grip or my point to where it is.
There we go.
Okay, and then at 4th level, I'm going to actually. Yeah, screw it. 4th level, I'm going to cast Dispel Magic.
Okay.
Okay,
what does the spell magic require?
It's 1 action and somatic, instantaneous. Choose 1 creature, object, magical effect with range. Any spell of 3rd level lower on the target. Wait, okay, hold on. I misread this. Give me 1 second. On the target ends for.
So you would be pointing at one of the two for on the target. It's been vocalized like it's centered around Rally and Fine Storm, so you would have to point at one of them two for Dispel
One
Magic.
of them, yes.
They
Okay,
also have
yes, that
magical
is-
items, though, and as you cannot see these things or know what it is, there is the risk that you will dispel one of their magical items.
So these aren't orbs floating above them, they're literally around them.
They are floating above them, around them, but this enchantment is on them. And for Dispel Magic, you have to disenchant the creature that's been enchanted.
So I recognize it as an enchantment. The orbs is just the aura where it seems to be emanating from. Okay.
It's an enchantment?
That might not be a good idea.
It's not an enchantment. It's not an enchantment. It's something that's centered on them. The magic is centered on Rally and Fine Storm.
Andres,
So to dispel it, you have to center your dispel spell on Rally or Fine Storm. You're not dispelling the orb.
Scratch that.
Andres, give me my full sight. Give us our full sight.
Your full sight.
Okay. You know, his
comes
once a day
in.
thing.
Yeah, his once a day thing.
At 5th level.
Fine Storm, you're going to know exactly what these are after doing that, but Yolandriel, what do you have?
I'm going to cast the 5th level circle. Circle of Power. Casting time 1 action. Vocal concentration up to 10 minutes. Mind energy radiates from you, distorting and diffusing magical feet of you. Until the spell ends, the sphere moves with you, centered on you. Duration. Each friendly creature in the area, including you, has advantage on saving spells and magical effects. Additionally, when an affected creature succeeds on a saving throw made against a spell or magical effect that allows it to make a saving throw to take only half damage, it instead takes no damage if it succeeds.
Okay.
Got it?
You cast that?
Yep, Circle of Power. Ding, ding, ding.
There are no
Everyone's got
follow-up-
advantage.
There are no follow-up spell saving throws, so if it gets cast again, that'll be very useful. However, it doesn't help in this specific situation of it already being in effect over them. But that is a good safeguard for any future stuff, because Jartis, yourself, and Aberrat were not got in whatever this is. Fine Storm, this is a scrying spell. Someone's watching every word you speak, everything you do, and the place where you are. At this
When did it
very
start?
instant. It started when the orb, when that twinge, that strange feeling you felt. Whenever that hit, that's when it started.
Can I know source?
You cannot know source. You just know someone is scrying on you.
Gotta give that mind ring to.
To
I
Rally.
will.
Yeah, it's currently in Rally's possession, but they're
I'll
not
look
trying
right
to
at
leave
it
Rally's
and
mind.
say, "May I help you with something? You seem to be quite interested in us."
It just... The two orbs just continue to float. And bulk.
They're crying us.
Oh. Okay. Well, now that I know that, can I cast Spell Magic on these two?
You can. You do
Okay.
know that scrying is a 5th level spell.
Okay. 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 Then what I'm gonna do is... You guys are fucking lucky. You know, I'm gonna cast a 6th level Dispel Magic on Firestorm and a 7th level Dispel Magic on Relly to make sure that the save is better. So anyway, one action instantaneous. So choose one creature, object, and magical effect. For each spell of a level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spell casting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends. Wait.
10 plus the spell level on a successful check. So then piling on extra spell levels is going to increase your bonus, right?
Yeah, so one would be 16 and one would be 17. 16 would be Firestorm, 17 would be
okay.
for that DC.
Yep. Go for it then. Go for the rolls.
Gotcha. Hot damn. That's almost exactly what I needed. Because, yeah. Wait, is that the modifier or spell? Let me
so the DC here is 15. The DC here is 15, either way.
Okay.
Casting at a higher level, so you automatically dispel them. Casting at a higher level than the 5th level.
Oh, then a 4th. Oh,
there you go. There you go.
Didn't read that bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the DC was 15, but you cast them at higher levels, so they are automatically dispelled. So one at a time, Firestorm, you see the one around you just Abra as well. Jartis, you're about halfway through your ritual casting, so you never get the point of being able to see it, sadly.
Sorry.
And then the one around Relly just goes as well.
But how did they get here? What's required to scry?
What kind of spell was it again?
Scrying?
It's a divination spell.
Scrying.
Divination?
Yeah.
Scrying?
Abrat's gonna think for a moment. Scrying is actually a spell he can cast. Yeah, they only really have to know of you. If they're a powerful enough caster, they can still cast it and see you, So
what's stopping them from doing it again?
Nothing. The circle will last about an hour, so...
We have
Is it possible, Firestorm, there's someone on the ship that might be spying on us? Any chance at all?
Our ship was checked before we launched. Everyone cut once, at least. Red blood, every single person on this boat.
Yeah, and why would they use this scrying spell if they're already on the ship?
Stay hidden?
It could be, but Abrat brings up a good point as well. If
It's
what you
true.
say about the scrying spell is right, then they probably want to know where we are.
On top of it being a 5th level spell, they'd have to be a very powerful caster, and I guarantee you they'd more likely turn themselves invisible and just watch.
Yeah, you are right about that. Okay, well, let's hope he's not on this fucking boat.
I don't think they're on the boat, but I don't know if they're gonna know where we are, seeing we're in the middle of nowhere in the air.
So, out of curiosity, y'all said that there was one around me and one around Mr. Firestorm here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Admiral.
Mr. Admiral Firestorm.
It was so subtle.
That's his first name, is Admiral.
Mr. Admiral Firestorm. So he did some sort of like magic connecty business with the ship, and I've been practicing on my spells. Have y'all done any spells prior to these things showing up? Could they be finding this based on magic?
That's a disturbing thought as well, but the other disturbing thought here is every single one of your abilities has gone to the entirety of the ship. You were connected when they started spying on you. Does that mean they were spying on the entire ship?
Probably.
They didn't spy on us until after I did this stuff.
You were still connected, though.
Yeah, I'm still connected. But I didn't do anything.
Both feet.
Once.
I still think the question's worth asking, Admiral.
Yeah.
Apt and very wise question to ask as well, but when you scry on someone, you only see and hear what. Granted, if they could see and hear what the whole ship was doing, they would see and hear the whole ship, and we don't know what the crew's talking about. I can guarantee you they didn't get any useful information out of us, due to the fact that we've just been toying around with spells for the last several days. But, I lost my train of thought.
It doesn't necessarily mean that... That's a good question. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not knowing entirely where we are, though.
Steam-powered locomotive, I say. Huh? Sorry. That was the train.
Well, they have no reference.
Abrat gives you a funny look.
It's daytime. They had no stars. They have no landmarks.
They have no
sea. They have no
a
sea.
boat.
They just have no reference as to where we are.
It just depends on how other bits of whatever this magic works.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss on this one. Admiral, if you don't mind, I'm gonna make sure the crew is ready for whatever might happen.
Yeah.
We're gonna make a sweep. Make sure nobody else is connected to him.
You do that. I'll leave it to you, she says as she's leaving down. Like, mainly because I think I need to be on that list too.
Yeah. Everett. Jardis. Get to looking. I do not have detect magic slotted up.
I've got an hour.
He's got an hour. I've got about 9 to 8 minutes left on mine. If Jardis finishes his, he'll have 10 minutes on his. So Abrat will for the next.
Jardis, you just finished yours. You've got detect magic up
for 10 minutes.
I'm gonna ask the captain then. Could you get your men lined up on top deck very quickly? We don't have a lot of time left. Spells.
It won't take very long.
Attention! She yells it out, and everyone just starts pouring out of all the faucets, and you get all 26, 27 including her, lined up very quickly. It's like less than a minute, and they're at attention.
Any of them have it?
I'll look around.
They all look mundane. There's a couple of Zarthorian people who you see have those magical clothes about
typical.
them. And a couple other
specifically
magical
looking for the
items.
scry.
You can't tell.
Not really caring about anything else.
One way or another, there's no scries on anything.
Yeah, Abrat will turn to the others then and say, I think we were targeted specifically as a group because someone was looking for us specifically, not necessarily the boat. Whether or not they found out where the boat is,
we won't be able
we'll
to
find
know.
out in the next hour or so, I suspect, or later. Just have to be on our toes now.
All right.
I still have a toe or two of the king left.
Really?
Abrat's gonna wander down into the lower deck.
Everybody, keep your eyes open. Yeah. You go about business.
Okay. I always suspect what Abrat's doing now.
Jerking it. Playing the 5-knuckle shuffle.
5-knuckle shuffle, that's funny.
No.
Connecting to the boat, you, Abrat. It is really, really strange when you first try to do the same thing you've been doing to other boats. As soon as these tendrils...
Oh, no, not that. Going down lower deck, opening
He
up
was
my
talking
hole,
about the 5-knuckle shuffle.
looking for whether or not I have any bits of the one king that we killed left.
Brolog has them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brolog has them. You don't have any, sad.
That's right. Disappointment
Brolog's got
suddenly
all the
washes over Abrat, and he's like, there goes that snack. Gets distracted and starts working on something else.
Okay.
Working on something.
The 5-knuckle shuffle. That is the first day.
Except he's going to use 7.
I wanted to try something.
Go ahead.
What do you want to try?
While my eyes are up and I'm linked to the ship, can I see through the ship? Like, see every room?
You can feel the ship. You can't see through any of it, but you can feel everything that's going on. Your blind sight, 10 feet, that's also accentuated through the entire ship. So you can feel every single motion where everyone is. You can't fully tell who they are.
Yeah.
Except for Aberrat, because he's having this weird, strange motion about him. Given
The
the fact that
counts
he's
are
a
right.
fungi.
Hey.
But you can feel everything going on in your boat. You can't see through it with physical sight.
Okay. I didn't know if that extra sight ability would let me pass it through the ship.
No, it's a good thing to explore. And a good question. Sadly, no,
Can I
but you do get that blind sight. And you do, as a result, you, for full fact, can say there are 4 rats and 20 or 32 people on this boat. You don't have
Which
any
is
sailors,
correct.
which is correct. You have the
Which
correct
is
amount of
correct.
people.
I have the correct amount of people on the boat. I'll turn to the captain and go, you got 4 rats to get rid of.
Ah, fuck. Rats! Kill them! A couple of people.
I'll tell them where they are exactly at that moment. You got one here, one, and one over there.
It takes
and
about
the captain's like, what's going on?
an hour hunt, and at the end of which, there are 4 rat bodies in front of you too, and she goes, please never leave the ship. She is absolutely delighted with you being her admiral.
Yeah.
The second day, I have more training. Again, I need you all to give me wisdom saving throws.
Christ on a crucifix, these guys.
Stupid
We got a
scribe.
long rest, right?
You did get a long rest, yeah. So everyone hit long rest before you do this. I'm gonna give Yolondriel.
Now
give
can
me.
I change my spellbook?
You can change your spellbook. If there's anything, given the fact that you've already had this happen once, and you might have the sense that it's going to happen again, do any of you want to try to put any preliminary things up to try to stop it? Do you have any spells, any usages?
Yes, I do. Just gotta switch some
Might.
stuff.
You might, okay.
If I put a... Sorry.
I was going to say for you, Relly, at this point as a player, go ahead and go through any of the spells and try to choose something. I'm going to give you like a percentile chance that Relly might be able to cast that spell, knowing it, seeing as they've gone through some training at this point.
Okay.
It's going to be a high percentage. Very, very limited that you wouldn't cast it. They've been trying to train you and teach you how to do this now. But, what do you all have?
Take us to another plane of existence.
No, you can't.
No?
Plane of travel.
Plane of travel is the problem.
I told you all at the very beginning, you cannot cast plane of travel spells.
Okay.
I don't actually have anything to defend against it, but Albright is going to make sure he actually has scrying as a spell he can cast this time.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okay, so this is a DM question. If I put a glyph of warding in the center of the boat,
read off glyph of warding.
so that would beep. When you cast a spell, you inscribe a glyph that later unleashes a magical effect to you. Inscribe it either on a surface, such as a table, or a section of the object that can be closed, such as a book or scroll, a treasure chest to conceal the glyph. The glyph can cover an area no longer than 10 feet in diameter, 10 feet from where you cast the spell. But if the surface of the object is more than 10 feet from where you cast the spell, the glyph is broken and the spell ends without being triggered. So if like you put it on something that can be moved and it gets moved, it's disabled. This is a long one, guys. The glyph is nearly requires a successful intelligence investigation check against your spell save DC to be found. You decide what triggers the glyph when you cast it. For glyphs inscribed on a surface, the most typical triggers include touching or standing on the glyph, and any object covering the glyph approaching within a certain distance, manipulating the object. Glyphs inscribed within an object, the triggers include opening that up, approaching with it a certain, or seeing or reading the glyph. Once
You're cutting
a
in and
glyph
out a
is
lot,
triggered,
by the way.
that's where Mike. Activates only under certain circumstances. You can further refine the trigger, so the spell activates under circumstances or according to physical characteristics, such as height, weight,
Okay,
creature.
now I remember the spell. Or the glyph. What are you putting in it? So the only one here that would be really worth it is the spell glyph.
Yeah.
To store a spell in it. And it would only trigger if the person was standing in that 10 feet area of the glyph of warding when the spell was triggered.
So it's only by, because
So there's no moved within 10 feet from where you cast a spell. So no, that's if it's moved. It's a 10-foot area, 20-foot area for explosive.
You can further refine the trigger so the spell activates circumstances or to physical characteristics, such as height or weight. Creature kind, for example, could be set to affect aberrations or drow, or
ignore all that
an
bit,
alignment.
because that's all people stepping into it. It's the very first bit, the trigger. The trigger of an event. That's how you would be able to pull off the glyph of warding. The trigger of an event would be the occupant of this glyph receiving a scry spell saving throw. That's what would trigger the glyph. And they would have to be standing within its 10-foot diameter. So you could. I mean, this could actually help. You would just need to make sure that that person you're trying to help with it is staying within the area of that glyph. It's not a proximity thing. It's a within thing. Unless it's an explosive rune. Explosive runes are proximity. But you can't do this with explosive. You'd be blowing up the boat doing that. It would be the spell glyph that you need, and this is within.
Alright, you can go to someone else while I look.
Casting time is an hour, and it lasts until the spell are triggered. So, is there anything else anyone, because this is the second scrying is happening at the end of the day, anything else anyone's got to try to help prevent?
Can I try guards and wards?
What's that?
It's a 6th level abjuration. You create a ward that protects up to 2,500 square feet of floor space, an area 50 feet square, or 100 5-foot squares, or 25 10-foot squares. The warded area can be up to 20 feet tall and shaped as you desire. You can ward several stories of the stronghold by dividing the area among them. You can look into each contiguous area while you are casting the spell. When you cast this spell, you can specify individuals that are unaffected by any or the effects that you choose. You can also specify a password that, when spoken aloud, makes the speaker immune to these effects. Guards and wards creates the following effects within the warded area. In corridors, fog fills all the warded corridors, making them heavily obscured. In addition, at each intersection or branching passage offering a choice of direction, there is a 50% chance that a creature other than you will believe it is going in the opposite direction from the one it chooses. For doors, all doors in the warded area are magically locked as if sealed by an arcane lock spell. In addition, you can cover up to 10 doors with an illusion, equivalent to the illusory object function of the minor illusion spell, to make them appear as plain sections of the wall. In stairs, webs fill all stairs in the warded area from top to bottom as the web spell. These strands regrow in 10 minutes if they are burned or torn away while guards and walk last. Other spell effect. You can place your choice of one of the following magical effects within the warded area of the stronghold. Place dancing lights in 4 corridors. You can designate a simple program that the lights repeat as long as guards and walk. I could place magic mouth in 2 locations.
So, I found the spell. Could cut you off there mainly because none of these are going to help stop it.
Oh.
The only thing that might help in there is placing the suggestion effect, which would make them, if they get triggered and get hit by the effect of a scrying spell, you could suggest that they just stand there for a minute and yell, "Help, help, 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 help!" Like, make it known, very known to people. It wouldn't stop the effect, but it would make it known that they are under the warding, or under the scrying spell at that time. That's the only really useful thing that this could do, unfortunately. It's a damn good, useful spell for many reasons.
But not
to
now.
prevent this, not now.
How about the Ring of Obscurity? Would a fog cloud help, or is it, like, I don't know, physical obscurity?
Needing to see is not a thing about scrying. You don't need to see them, you just need to know them. And you can scry. So the fog cloud's not going to help. Of all these so far, the Glyph of Warding's the only real one that's going to be super useful. Because you can store a Dispel Magic spell inside the Glyph of Warding at a high enough level to stop it.
It costs too much for that, so
It does
I'm
cost a
going
lot.
to instead I'm going to screw it. Just prepare Detect Magic and what is it?
Bless
Spell
you.
Magic and Beacon of Hope.
Okay.
Couple of miscellaneous questions.
Yep. Go for it.
There are 10 rounds in a minute,
Yes.
and with the Andre's far step, it got amplified by a factor of 5.
Yep.
Did that include duration?
No. Just distance. How far he can reach out for it, not duration. Good question, though. Yeah. With that, I need you all to give me wisdom saving throws. This is a spell effect, so if you do have advantage on wisdom saving throws because of spell effects, you're rolling with advantage. That would really just be Brolug, I think.
Twice now, by the way, for this exact same reason I have rolled a 19 on my die for a total of
Beautiful.
29.
You're clear. You're good.
I rolled a 19 for a dirty 20.
19. Dirty 20? That is still a fail. Jartis.
22.
Gotta get a nat 20.
I rolled a 20 for a 30.
24 or 30, you're fine. Yolandriel, you
22.
succeed. You pass. 22 is a pass. 20 is a fail, and a 22 is a pass. Fine Storm.
13.
13, that is a fail. Same people affected.
All right.
The same
I'm
results.
gonna walk up to him
Back!
and hit him with Dispel Magic. Both at level 5.
Both at level 5? You're rolling for it
Yep.
this time, buddy.
Is it?
Oh,
You're
I thought it
rolling
was
for
above level 4.
You're rolling for
They
it this
cast it
time.
at a higher
They cast
level.
it at a higher level
Oh,
this time.
Okay.
they were smart.
Mm-hmm.
So does it work like a spell attack, or is it?
It's like a
just
spell
my
DC. So you're
modifier?
rolling a d20.
Uh-huh.
I had it. Hang on. Let me get to the spell magic.
So it's meets beats.
If it's meets beats, so the spell DC is to myself.
Equals to
You are adding
10 plus the spell's level.
Yep, that is the spell DC. For what you're doing is you are adding your spell attack modifier. So roll d20 and add your spell attack modifier.
That'll do, pig. That'll do. That's a 20.
Okay. Which one are you doing first?
Let's just do Rel.
That was Relly first?
Mm-hmm.
Relly's is dispelled. It goes out of existence.
Come here,
Thanks, buddy.
Firestorm. Give him a big old kiss on the lips with a 28. I rolled a 18 die and a 17.
28.
I have plus 11.
Also dispelled. It just goes. But you, Yolondriel, can tell they were more difficult to dispel this time.
Cool.
That's the second day.
Somebody's trying hard.
Third day. On the third day, this is the day you are destined to reach Usnari on time. At this point, when you all get up in the morning, you can see land below you finally. It's been 2 whole days of nothing but sea and clouds everywhere you look. And now there is this lush green landscape with vague trees here and there all over. Possibility of so much. I mean, Firestorm, you can see the potential in this land immediately. You understand why Lars really wants Usnari to be part of the Shallows. Getting the islands really secures the Shallows' grip on the northern seas. It will be truly yours if everyone is under the same banner. But off in the distance, there is a strange lack of green. The land itself almost turns instantaneously dirt. No life, nothing growing from it at all. All brown as far as you can tell from a distance. The closer you get, the wider and the more land you can see that this entails. Off in the center area, there is what you see to be the makes and beginnings of a large city. Walls coming up, very well kept, surprisingly. To be an abandoned island. Everything being well kept inside that area. No overgrowth. No misrepair in the walls that you can tell. Strange. There was a moment for a while at the beginning of the day where you could see the dockyards. The dockyards, at least 100 ships, just waiting, all around, situated, empty. Many of them having large amounts of dust all over them. A few of them being very, very, very old models. They definitely wouldn't be deep sea worthy. There's no way they're deep sea worthy. They rely on oars more than sails or anything. Very old boats. But as you approach, you get to the point where you see a small shack with a resemblance of dead overgrowth coming from bits and pieces.
Do I see Parker's ship, by the way?
Parker's ship was in there, yes. His entire fleet was in there.
Okay.
Fine, so we
empty.
gotta sign that paper.
All
We
empty.
still gotta sign the paper.
At this point, actually, it is where I am asking, did you all sign that piece of paper?
Abra would have
3
gone
days.
through those days urging everyone to sign them. So through those 3 days, at some point he would have come to every crew member saying, hey, this seems like it's very important. You should sign it. It
Crew
might be important.
will only have signed it if Firestorm ordered them to.
Yes.
Okay, they sign it. Everyone signs it.
Perfect. I was about to bring that up.
Jartis and Yolondriel. Did you two sign it?
Yes.
Okay. Jartis?
Yeah.
Perfect. Relly, you already signed it by accident.
He doesn't know that though, so
She
she
doesn't
smudges
know
it again in case that makes a difference.
On this smudge, we're going to say this is the last one. Abra, you come up to Relly, and just in case, I mean, that random thought of maybe he didn't sign it. Like, maybe consent's a thing. Consent's not a thing. She smears her
Alright,
blood
okay,
in that square.
In truth, he wasn't trying to gather that drop of blood. He was trying to gather a second one in case, but
In
he
case?
didn't think too much of it.
Didn't think too much in that case, but in this case, consent's not a thing. Touches your blood, you get it. She smears her blood, and it does not dissipate. It stains the paper.
Abrad's going to look at Relly up and down for a moment and go, "Are you sure you're alive?"
I mean, I think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's a subject of conversation for people far smarter than I am, if you really want to get into it. Because, like, are you even alive? But I really don't know, but I thought
Dragon
so.
pokes his head around. Yes, he is. But technically, I'm not. And then it pulls around again to his back.
That does
Gross.
not serve to settle Riley in the slightest.
Well, you signed it, even if it doesn't seem to have done the same thing everyone else did, so...
The boat lurches. And starts to move downwards in altitude. You can feel it. You started your descent.
All right, guys. Any final words before we walk through this valley of darkness to get to a fucking lich?
I've got
I
final
need...
words.
Yeah?
Oh, go for it, Abrat. What are yours?
I need...
To pee?
that tree.
Okay. We need that tree, for sure.
Very true. Fine Storm. Wisdom saving throw. Advantage.
Ah. 18.
18? It's good enough. For these purposes. All things considering, normally the DC for everyone else it's higher, but for Fine Storm it's lower. It's 18. You lucky sod. For given his connection with the person he's with and the fact that he's been here before. You, Fine Storm, again feel that pull and that push to move towards the city instantaneously. You almost, for an instant, tell Captain Kustra to divert from going towards the small shack that Abrat has clarified is where you should all be going for, to go towards the city, but you catch yourself. You feel that same pressure and that same need not to do it. And there is a spot by the shack that says, "Land here." And just what you think at first are rocks. The closer you get, the skulls. Every single one of them that depicts the language writing out "land here" is a skull. And as the boat creaks and cranes its way down towards an area, and these small, heavy weights are thrown over the board to keep the boat where it's at, floating just gently. From the building, which is about 50 feet away now, comes slowly walking this very elderly man, who's very slowly creeping forward at you all. Captain Kustra looks at you, Admiral Fine Storm, and says, "This is up to you. We're gonna stay on the boat unless needed, but..."
Stay on the boat and keep it ready to depart at a moment's notice.
Yeah, you know, you don't even need an order for that to be a thing. It's already a thing. We're ready. Good luck. while you're all climbing down from the area of Finestorm, off in the distance, you swear you see these two very white-looking skinny shapes walking around with what looks to be a coffin. One of them's missing a head. The old man gets up to you. All of you getting down to the ground at this point.
Took you all long enough. I've been expecting you for days now, and you just finally show up.
Good afternoon.
Hi! I'm Rupert. Gardener.
Everett produces the...
He shovels up very quickly and snatches it from your hand. Looks around, looks at him.
One of you didn't sign. Who didn't sign?
I will bow.
Of course you wouldn't be able to. You don't have any blood in your system. It makes sense. Here!
Slaps you in the face.
Ain't got no blood in him.
There you go, you're fine now.
Leans over towards you, Aberrat, who's giving him a very funny look. And
he's not, I'm just lying.
Right. I like the decor.
No, I like it as well. I mean, it's definitely not entirely everything you could want or you would expect, but it's what I need and it's what I get for being a gardener. Excuse me a moment. Robert! Number 3. Get your shit in order and just fucking bury the coffin already. Oh my gosh. They think gardening's easy. It's not. Alright, we gotta put these things in the ground for a while. We gotta nurture what it's gonna be and what it's gonna come out to be.
I'm looking from this old man to Aberrat.
This life.
Keep going, I'm just gonna keep talking.
It's wonderful.
Aberrat, you take charge of this particular situation.
What's going on?
Yeah.
It's magnificent.
We're gonna follow behind you on this one, yeah?
Seeing all the wonders of what is actually could be and could actually still
Do you
continue
think he has
to
dementia? Or dementia?
I don't have dementia, you asshole. I have
For sure
desires
that's
and
what it's
passions.
Anyway.
I greatly enjoy the concept of your gardening.
I love my gardening. Hang on, I'll show you something. You want to see something funny and something fun?
Before you show us,
Sure.
I do need to know one thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, possibly. I can't actually say absolutely. I've already died once for this. I'm not gonna die again for it.
I'm a gardener of my own accord. And,
my own heart and soul. Well, soul, I don't have a heart anymore. Carry on.
Looking for a tree.
That's why you're here! I'm just the person who's supposed to be taking you to the person who understands why you're here. I'm your guide. For a better understanding of what this is. And here's your first step.
Finestorm. This man's alive. He's very much alive. He's a human. He's old. He's old as shit. I mean, your best estimation, he's roughly around 98 years old. He's very old. Nothing else around here is alive.
And he's in his true form.
And he's in his true form. This is Rupert, the gardener.
Okay, just
a
making
human.
certain.
Yep. He takes you over to this strange mound with these weird, twiggy, dead growths all over it and dead leaves on the ground.
The dead leaves are just added for aesthetics. I go and pick them out from the forests. I think it makes it look more peaceful. It's better for them when they come out.
The earth begins to tremble a moment. bits and pieces of the dirt start to separate from a specific spot. Some of the twigs fall over, leaves get scattered and covered in dirt as this hand just launches out from the ground and then grasps on. Another hand launches out and grasps onto the ground itself again and then starts pulling and pushing itself out. And this head comes from the ground, half decayed and gone away, with some flesh still creeping and holding on to itself. It looks up and goes, climbs outwards. Fine Storm, you recognize this guy. You encountered him a couple of times. Only a few times. It's Admiral Parker's captain, chief captain of his flagship.
Poor thing.
Pulls himself outwards from the ground and stands up onto his 2 feet.
Out loud, say, Captain, having a good day, are we?
Admiral Fine Storm, it's good to see you. Ooh. He stumbles forward, grasps towards your hand. I don't know what's gone on the past few days, but I feel great. Never better. All my aches and pains are gone. This is bizarre, but well worth it. Are you all here to join us? And that's where we're going to end for the night.
Oh no, that doesn't sound
Girls
good.
like,
With super smart zombie people?
I just had the best idea ever.
I am terrified, but at the same time, very, very excited. You are all on Usnari. Congratulations. You've met Rupert, the gardener, who is very clear to you all is gardening undead. Until next week, we love you all very greatly. We'll see you on Tuesday for Into the Nightmare.
Are we gonna raid?
We might. Do we have anyone to raid? Let's find out.
We could raid somebody new.
We could raid somebody new. Can you get me someone new to raid?
Let's go with...
We need someone new.
Legends of
no.
Alos.
Legends of... Actually, we've got Flutterdie here, who's currently at one... They're playing Valheim, but we can raid them.
Rock on.
We'll say hi to them. Yeah?
That's related to this channel. Let's go.
Absolutely. They do a lot of related stuff to this channel, so we'll raid them, share some love. Valheim's changed a lot, and they've got a fun playthrough going through currently. But for now, we will have to figure out how the group handles the undead island of Usnari, because it's very clear to them all, everyone here is undead. Except for Rupert, who's alive, very much alive. But...
Everett's in heaven.
Aberrat loves this place.
Everett's in heaven.
Right off
We'll
the bat.
talk about all that next week. We love you all very much. We'll see you Sunday. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more gig.